Chapter 819. The faces of the higher-ups of the Tao League were slightly unsightly. After all, compared to the Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance, the number of people who came out of the Tao League was much lower. Moreover, among those who came out, many of them were in tatters from head to toe. There were even a few who were on their last breaths, as if they would not live for long. Those who could still maintain their high-spirited state were few and far between. As for the cultivators from the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls, most of them were in high spirits. Up until the moment they came out, they were still in a state of mutual hostility. They were on guard against each other, and it seemed like a battle could break out at any moment. Taoist Yin from the Tao League snorted coldly and said, "Let's all rest." Then, both sides sent out their higher-ups. Each side sent out 30 experts of the Skysoar realm and above to put down all their storage equipment. Then, they were checked to make sure that there was nothing left on them. Then, they took the empty spatial rings that they pulled together and entered the returning mystery area through a spatial tunnel set up by a few peak almighties to search for the remaining treasures. 2 hours later, they flew out. Although it was only 2 hours, the efficiency of these higher-ups was extremely high. There were also plenty of people who entered. Moreover, they did it without any hesitation, as if they were overturning mountains one after another. The treasures that they collected filled their spatial rings to the brim. There were more than 200 spatial rings in total. The bountiful harvest was truly shocking. One had to know that although everyone had spatial rings on them, under normal circumstances, they would not be filled to the brim. However, the spatial rings that were selected to store the treasures all had a super large capacity. All the spatial rings were placed on a huge tray in front of the Flood Witch. She was the only person that the 3 continents trusted. Everyone would not be at ease if she placed them in front of others, especially the Heavenly King of the Right from the Astral Souls and Taoist Yin from the Tao League. These 2 people were the most unscrupulous. The Flood Witch was the only one who was recognized by all the continents. The Flood Witch did not even bat an eye. Following which, the passage to the God-reigning area was established, and the number of heads that came out this time made the upper echelon's expressions change. The battle in the Royal God region was much more intense than the Guatian region. Of the 1,200 Royal God realm experts that entered the Astral Souls, only 730 of them made it out alive. The Heavenly King of the Left felt like his heart was being stabbed by a knife. These were not ordinary God-reigning realm masters. They were the geniuses of the God-reigning realm. It could be said that once this group of people matured, every one of them had the potential to become a future leader. In this trial, they had lost 470 people, which was close to 40% of the total number of people. How could they not feel heartache? Of the 1,200 Imperial Gods that entered the Umno Alliance, 810 came out. This number was a few dozen more than the number of people in the Astral Souls mainland. The few Grand Shamans' faces were filled with heartache and pride. Sure enough, our Umno Alliance is still the strongest. However, the Heavenly King of the Left was not the only one who felt heartache and unhappiness. On the other side, Taoist Yin of the Tao League wanted to curse out loud. The Tao Alliance had also sent in 1,200 divinity-reigning cultivators, but in the end, only 512 of them had emerged. They had lost 688 people. They had lost more than half of their men in battle. This kind of loss was too great, too unexpected. How can we have so few people? Taoist Yin was furious. Did the 2 of you team up in there? Bullshit. The star-plucking monarch and the Flood Witch shouted at the same time, "Shut up. I'll kill you if you keep talking nonsense." Taoist Yin fell silent. Even if the Astral Souls and the Tao League had teamed up, they would never team up with the Umno Alliance. If the Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance had teamed up, wouldn't it be like a mouse marrying a cat or a wolf falling in love with a sheep? But why did they lose so many people? They were all royal God-reigning realm cultivators, so why was there such a huge gap in their combat strength? Taoist Yin felt like the Tao League's education was wrong. While the higher-ups of the 3 forces were looting the royal God-reigning realm, Taoist Yin asked about the situation and was immediately rendered speechless. The reason why the Tao League had lost so many Royal God Reigning Realm cultivators was because the Royal God Reigning Realm cultivators of the Tao League had always thought that they were invincible. After entering the Tao League, they went around provoking others, wanting to rob anyone they saw. Many of them were killed for jumping out to rob others. They were simply seeking their own deaths. In the beginning, 2 Tao League Royal God Reigning Realm cultivators dared to rob 5 or 6 astral souls and Alliance cultivators. This kind of confidence was simply courting death. This is Taoist Yun was completely speechless. When he returned, he had to strengthen the education in this area. After so many years of rarely fighting, Royal God Reigning Realm cultivators were treated like heroes in their respective realms. They all thought that they were the best in the world, but this was facing the Alliance and Astral Souls. Who gave them such confidence? He was speechless. On the other hand, the Royal God Reigning Realm cultivators of the Alliance and Astral Souls were all cultivators who had killed their way to the top. They were all very cautious and humble. This caused the Tao League to be targeted directly. Too arrogant. On the other side, the Jade Alliance cultivators of the Astral Souls who came out were also cursing. The Tao League's Royal God Reigning Realm cultivators are a bunch of lunatics. They are all sanctimonious and think that they are the best in the world. They keep asking us to hand over the treasures, and even say that such treasures can only be obtained by those who are virtuous. Taoist Yun's forehead was filled with black lines. The ones who lost the most were the ones who had the least reason. They were speechless, unable to defend themselves. 3 hours later, the people who had entered the secret realm came out. This time, they had looted a total of 400 spatial rings. Right now, more than 600 spatial rings were placed on the stone tray. The flood which was personally guarding them. Who would dare to snatch them? All the resources in the secret realm were inside. Whoever obtained them would instantly become the richest person in the world. However, if they dared to act rashly, they would have to cross the heavenly moat known as the Flood Witch. They would have to risk their lives. With such a heavenly moat, who would dare to try? Who would dare try? Yu Dongtian looked at the tray with the spatial rings and swallowed his saliva. These are the ruins found in the astral souls, and they actually want to split them equally. He was really unhappy. If all of these were given to the astral souls, there would be at least a few more Skysoar realm cultivators. But now, they had to split them equally. He was really unhappy. He really wanted to steal 1 or 2 of them, but he didn't dare to. The passage for the Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators had been opened. The first batch of people to come out was the people from the astral souls. This time, 3,000 Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators from the astral souls had entered the secret realm. The Zhuxianyan was dressed in a snow-white robe as she led the group out. The 3,000 Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators that entered were now 2,643 people from the astral souls. They lined up neatly and bowed to the higher-ups. The Heavenly King of the left, Yun Zhonghu, was overjoyed when he saw this. Out of 3,000 people, 2,643 had come out. Only 10% of them had died. Furthermore, he could tell that these people had retracted their divine energy. Compared to when they first entered, their auras were more than twice as strong. The training in the Cloud Transformation Realm this time was very successful. It was an unexpected success. The Heavenly King of the left was so happy that his mouth was about to split open. Everyone, find a place to rest. Remember not to get separated. You still have to hand over your gains later. The Flood Witch and the Great Shaman looked at the Zhuxianyan at the same time. The Great Shaman couldn't help but sigh. He transmitted his voice. Boss, the Ice Soul has recognized her as its master. The Flood Witch glanced at him and said, So what? The Great Shaman took a deep breath and said, That means we can't keep this girl. The Flood Witch said indifferently, This is the daughter of the Zhuo family. Didn't you hear the agreement? The Great Shaman transmitted his voice. Of course we can do it secretly. Boss, the Ice Soul recognizing her as its master is too serious. If we don't get rid of this girl, she will become a big problem in the future. The flood which said indifferently, "The Umno Alliance will not break the agreement." But the flood which rolled her eyes and said, "No buts. If you break the agreement, I will kill you with my hammer." The great shaman was dumbfounded. What did I say? I don't think I said anything wrong. Boss is going through menopause now. She will kill anyone for no reason. I know you dare and you will do it. I won't say it anymore, okay? I shouldn't have stayed. I should have let Bing Ming stay and let him piss you off. Piss you off. Not only does he dare, he will definitely piss you off, you old bastard. After the Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators from the Astral Souls continent left, the Cloud Transformation Realm warriors from the Umno Alliance also came out. But as soon as they came out, everyone was shocked. Not only were the higher-ups of the Umno Alliance shocked, but also the higher-ups of the Tao League and the Astral Souls continent. The Umno Alliance entered 3,000 Cloud Transformation Realm warriors and came out. 1,608? Where are the others? The great shaman was furious. 3,000 entered, but less than 1,700 came out? Where are the others? Where did they go? The great shaman knew that the others wouldn't slack off in such a critical situation, and it was impossible for so many people to break the rules. He had guessed the truth, but he still had a sliver of hope. However, reality was reality. No matter how cruel it was still reality. A Huayin from the Wizard Alliance held one of his arms in his hands, and one of his eyes was covered with a black cloth. He said miserably, "They were all killed. They were all killed." The other side was even more miserable. Daoistian almost rushed up. "Where are they?" "Dead. All dead. All killed." One of the Tao League Cloud Transformation Realm warriors' lips were trembling, and he couldn't speak. Daoist Yun was stunned. 3,000 entered, but only 1,354 came out. What the hell? We lost 1,600? More than half of the Umno Alliance's warriors came out. Our Tao Alliance has actually lost more than half of our forces? Who killed them? Daoist Yun roared in anger. That white-clothed woman. One of the Tao League Cloud Transformation Realm warriors pointed at the white-clothed Zhui Xiaoyan from the Astral Souls continent angrily. Too cruel. No one survived her sword. Chapter 820. Bitch. Daoistian cursed, but he immediately shut his mouth. His gaze was fixed on Zhui Xiaoyan. He recognized Zhui Xiaoyan. She was the daughter of that man with the surname Zhua. However, this woman looked as cold as ice. Why was her murderous nature so strong? Moreover, her strength was not as simple as being the best among her peers. She was at least 2 levels above her peers to achieve such results that Daoist Yun suddenly had an uncontrollable thought. This woman must not be left alive. She would become a huge threat if she was left alive. The Astral Souls continent had the Sky Surveyor throne and the Emperor Zhai Xing. There were already too many of them. There could not be any more peak existences. A few thousand meters away, Zhui Xiaoyan felt as if her heart was being clenched by someone. She immediately shuddered. Before the Emperor Zhai Xing and the left and right heavenly kings could make a move, they heard a cold snort. Daoist Yun's divine sense was immediately dispersed. The flood which turned around and looked at Daoist Yun's face. She asked calmly, "What are you doing?" Daoist Yun was shocked by the concentrated divine sense from her cold snort. His face flushed red. He said angrily, "The flood witch, what are you doing?" The flood witch sneered, "I'm protecting fairness." "What fairness?" Daoist Yun shouted. It's already been stated that everyone who enters is responsible for their own life and death. The flood witch said calmly, "No one is allowed to interfere. After the trial is over, no one is allowed to take revenge. This was agreed upon in advance. It's fairness." Daoist Yin took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, Of course, of course." He turned around and did not say anything else. However, the murderous intent in his heart grew stronger. He could feel that with this woman's strength and cultivation that could suppress all the geniuses of this generation, all the geniuses at the same level as her would be overshadowed by her presence and lose their will to fight. With this kind of pressure as time passed, it would naturally form a phenomenon of fate gathering, and plundering. All the fates of the same level would be diverted and used by her. Because of her, everyone's confidence would be affected. When confidence was affected, it would directly affect one's combat strength. Naturally, it would affect the direction of one's fate. This point in this world was no longer within the scope of metaphysics. It was also a realistic path of human affairs. High-level figures could completely see and even experience things, just like the great flood shaman from before. After the flood, which was publicly acknowledged as the #1 expert, almost no one at Taoist Yun's level could go any further. Because in your heart, you were already convinced. Since you were convinced, what was the point? Perhaps there's only one person who was not convinced. He had never been convinced even after repeated defeats. And that person's current achievements had already surpassed everyone else. The higher-ups sent out a group of people to search the Huayan area. 3 hours later, they came out with another 300 interspatial rings. As time went by, it became easier to search for treasures. Because this space was about to collapse, the mountains and earth veins inside were gradually in a state of loosening. A group of powerful figures who were far beyond the upper limit of what they could withstand were flattened all the way. It was basically no different from directly picking up the treasures. However, there were many loopholes, and those that could not be found could only be left to be destroyed along with the collapse of the space. Then it was the last nascent soul area. Just like before, the passageway opened, but for some reason, the higher-ups of the Umno Alliance and the Tao League all looked gloomy. Everyone had the same bad premonition in their hearts. The trial takers came out. It was still the people from the Astral Souls continent who came out first. Seeings with Xiaoduo in front of them, who was dressed in rags and seemed to have been bullied. The left and right heavenly kings were almost relieved at the same time. As long as this treasure came out, everything would be fine. But why did he look so miserable? Could it be that with this kid's cultivation, there was someone who could bully him here? This doesn't seem right. As they continued to look, everyone was speechless. Behind was Xiaoduo. Li Qinglong was so weak that he couldn't walk. His face was pale, and he had to rely on Xiang Bing to support him. Yu Yin was unconscious in Li Zhongming's arms. Li Zhongming also trembled with every step he took. Duge was unconscious in Yu Moyan's arms without looking at them. They were all covered in wounds, like wounded soldiers who had just come back from the battlefield. Moreover, they were full of wounded soldiers. None of them were uninjured. The wandering hero came out with a bloody nose and a swollen face. His whole body looked like it had been torn apart. After he came out, he actually choked with sobs. Ancestor, I came out alive. Yu Dongtian looked at the horizon with an expressionless face. This embarrassing little fatty has nothing to do with me. Then, an endless stream of nascent soul warriors from the Astral Souls continent came out. Every one of them looked miserable and unbearable to look at. From the beginning to the end, not a single one of them was intact. Everyone looked like they had been seriously injured. There were a total of 3,000 nascent soul warriors from the Astral Souls continent. When they saw the miserable state of the people, the left and right heavenly kings were already mentally prepared to lose more than half of them. However, although the people who came out were all miserable, the number of people seemed to be unexpectedly high. The number of people who came out had already exceeded 2,000, and there was still an endless stream of people coming out. 2,300. And there was still an endless stream of people. 2,500 until they came out. 2,798 people. Seeing so many people coming out, the left and right heavenly kings were overjoyed. 2,798 people. This was almost equivalent to no casualties. The casualties were actually less than 10%. Although they all looked miserable, they were fine as long as they didn't die. Moreover, the cultivation of these people who came out seemed to have reached the peak of the nascent soul realm. Not bad, not bad. This experience was worth it. The higher-ups of the Umno Alliance and the Tao League heaved a sigh of relief. The Astral Souls continent lost so few people, which meant that they didn't lose many people either. Everyone was of the same level. If there was a battle, the casualties would be about the same. Moreover, looking at the situation of the Astral Souls continent, they probably formed an alliance with the other side. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a miserable state. The people who came out were the people from the Tao League. Taoist Yun looked on with anticipation. 300, 500, 700, and 800 people came out. And there was no more. 803? Taoist Yun's face darkened. Where are they? The people who came out next were the people from the Umno Alliance. 3,000 people from the Tao League entered, and only 800 people came out? Taoist Yun was furious. He came to the front of the group and shouted, "Where are the others?" "Dead. All killed." This. Taoist Yun felt his vision going dark. "All dead? Most of our space rings were stolen." A nascent soul stage cultivator cried out. A nascent soul transformation cultivator who came out complained tearfully, "A total of 803 of us came out, and those who still have spatial rings don't exceed 500. The others were all robbed." Taoist Yun and the others widened their eyes. Everyone looked at them. Indeed, some of them didn't have space rings on their hands. Who did this? Who dares to do this? Taoist Yun was furious. The other higher-ups of the Tao League were also furious. This was too despicable. They even dared to rob them and took all their space rings. Zhuo, the nascent soul stage cultivator from the Tao League, didn't care about his face anymore. He pointed and shouted, "It's that Zhuo and the people from the Hidden Dragon High School." Zhuo brought the people from the Hidden Dragon High School, surrounded us. As long as we met them, they ordered them to hand over their space rings before they attacked. They didn't have to die, but once they attacked, they took their lives, their rings, and their weapons. Too tragic. Too tragic. This person wailed. His heart of a cultivator was shaken. The students from the Hidden Dragon High School are a bunch of bandits and hooligans. When we met the Cloud Ancestor Dragon and the army's nascent soul stage cultivators, even if we couldn't beat them, we could still retreat. But when we met the people from the Hidden Dragon High School, they had a lot of people. One group was fighting, another group was watching, and another group was lying in ambush. They even have teams that specialize in cleaning up the battlefield, creating traps, and collecting the spoils of war. This kind of robbery is everywhere. The Hidden Dragon High School is a bunch of hooligans. They run around everywhere. Sometimes, when we fought with the Umno Alliance, they would lie in ambush. When both sides were injured, they would rush out and rob from both sides. "Ancestor, please help us." The higher-ups of the 3 continents looked at each other. Everyone was speechless. Even the higher-ups of the astral souls were the same. They were all speechless. This matter. How should they explain it? How should they settle it? Could they blame the martial artists from the astral souls, the students from the Hidden Dragon High School, and even Zhuo himself? They shouldn't have done this and shouldn't have been so ruthless. They couldn't say this either. Taoist Yun and the higher-ups of the Tao League looked at the nascent soul stage cultivators from the astral souls with murderous eyes. Looking at the beggars' clothes over there, they really wanted to kill them. You guys were so hooligans in there. How could you come out and pretend to be like this? The king of Zulu also turned his head and saw that Zhuo and the others were looking at him with grief and indignation, as if they were waiting for him to uphold justice for them. We were bullied. Everyone's eyes were filled with grief and indignation. It was so vivid. The king of Zulu quickly turned his head back. Damn it, I shouldn't have looked at them. I almost laughed out loud. That these people are from the Hidden Dragon High School? Looks like I have to change the name of the Hidden Dragon High School in the future. The Hidden Dragon High School of Performing Arts. Chapter 821. Zhuo glanced at Taoist Yun from the corner of his eyes. This old bastard is looking for death. He actually scolded my wife. However, I can't deal with him now. Well, I'm stronger. I'll settle the score with him. Did Masters would give you face? Masters is too weak now, so I have to give you face. However, when I can defeat you, I'll say this again. I'll say it in front of you, not in my heart. I'll say it openly in front of the world. On the other side, the Umno Alliance's team had also come out. The Umno Alliance's higher-ups, including the Wind Emperor and the Golden Scale Grand Shaman, were all dumbfounded. They were just gloating over the Tao League's misfortune, but now that all right, it was better than the Tao League. The number of people was still a lot more. The UMNO Alliance's 3,000 nascent soul transformation experts had come out. 888 people? Compared to the Tao League, there were more than 80 people. It was a little less than 100 people. This number was really auspicious. My ass stopped. Moreover, this group of people looked even more miserable than Zhuo. Much more miserable. What's going on? UMNO Alliance's higher-up asked. Inside, Shahai was crying. Gone. Many people were killed by Zhuo. We were also robbed by Zhuo. That Zhuo brought people from the Hidden Dragon High Martial School and ambushed everywhere. They robbed whoever they saw. They were crazier than a mad dog and more ferocious than a hungry wolf. It was a massacre. We stopped attacking people from the astral souls, but they still refused to let us go. Shut up. In the sky, the Golden Scale Grand Shaman was speechless. You're really embarrassing me. Shahai shut his mouth. Continue. The Wind Emperor looked at the Golden Scale Grand Shaman. You idiot. It's fine if you don't say anything. No one will think of you. Now that you're speaking, aren't you telling others that you're related to the crying weakling below? It's all Zhuo's fault. It was all Zhuo was doing. Zhuo and the people from Hidden Dragon High are clearly a bunch of hooligans. They run around everywhere and attack whoever they catch. As long as they are not from the Astral Souls continent, they won't let anyone go. Too ruthless. Too ruthless. Shahai's lips trembled. I was robbed by Zhuo 4 times. I was robbed 4 times. They just got the ring and found a batch of good things to put in, but they were robbed on time. We have 888 people. Only 300 of us still have our rings. That's because we haven't met Zhuo yet. We're extremely lucky. As long as we meet this bastard, we'll skin him alive. Shahai raised his head and cried out in grief and indignation. Patriarch, you have to uphold justice for us. The golden-scaled great wizard was so angry that his entire body trembled. Such a shameful thing. Why did you call me? But now, everyone's goal was finally clear. Zhuo. The Tao League was complaining about Zhuo, and the UMNO Alliance was also complaining about Zhuo, the biggest culprit. The UMNO Alliance and the Tao League's high-ranking officials also focused their fierce gazes on this kid. Even the Flood, which turned to look at him with displeasure in her eyes. I remember. I warned you. You brat, you actually killed one of them and made him suffer a crushing defeat. Are you looking down on me? Zhuo didn't go into the crowd. He had already shrunk his weak little body behind the king of Zhuo, looking left and right calmly. I'm hurt. You have to protect me. You said that you would help me. Words are like the wind, and your words carry weight. I'm counting on you. The atmosphere at the scene was dead silent, as if it had solidified. The Flood Witch's gaze fell on the king of Zhuo. The king of Zhuo's face was a little pale. Little junior brother, I did say that I would help you, but if this old thing really goes crazy, I won't be able to handle it. I really want to throw this kid out. The pressure is too great. Zhuo naturally didn't know that the great king of Zhuo couldn't handle it. He was now hiding behind Zhonghu and felt very safe. Sure enough, it was good to have a backer. In the Astral Souls mainland god-reigning team, Qin Fangyang was dumbfounded. From the looks of it, these guys gained much more than me. I wanted to use the things I snatched to gather these little guys, then give them things, give them benefits, and enjoy everyone's admiring gazes. I thought that I could at least hear a few cheers like Teacher Qin is so awesome. But now, after a long time, the Flood Witch finally retracted her gaze and coughed. Everyone, return to your teams. After all, she had said earlier that the opportunities inside were determined by the heavens, and life and death were their own responsibility. After coming out, no one was allowed to take revenge. If you were killed or robbed, you could only blame yourself for not having the ability that everyone was originally on opposing sides. If they were ruthless and even ruthless, there was really no room for criticism. It was just that the number of people who were killed and robbed this time was really a little too much. The UMNO Alliance had lost 2,112 people, and the Tao League had lost 2,197 people. The rings in the hands of the remaining people added up weren't enough for each person. In other words, more than 5,000 rings had been robbed. How could the disaster be so serious? Everyone waited quietly. 3 hours later, the people who had gone in to loot also came out with strange expressions. They took out 50 rings worth of items. All the higher-ups were dumbfounded. What's going on? Are there so few treasures in the nascent soul area? After the Vision area was done, 232 full interspatial rings were taken out. After the spirit control area was done, 413 full interspatial rings were taken out. After the Hawaiian area was done, 308 interspatial rings were taken out. The nascent soul area was awesome, but only 49 interspatial rings were taken out. 49 interspatial rings. This gap was a little too obvious, wasn't it? Cough, cough. The mountains in the nascent soul area are looser than other areas. No, it's much looser. A higher-up of the astral souls who had entered had a look of disbelief on his face. What do you mean looser? A higher-up of the Umno Alliance said discontentedly. It's obvious that the mountains have been dug up. In the past, I thought that digging 3 feet into the ground was an adjective, but today that's not enough to describe it. The king of Zwolu said lightly, "It's just a sign that the space is about to collapse. The lifespan of this space is about to end. As time goes on, the signs of collapse will only become more obvious and faster. You're the last to enter the area, so what's wrong with having so little harvest? To put it bluntly, even if you and I went in, even if the flood which went in, would we know what's buried under the soil? Digging up the soil, digging up the mountains, and trying our luck, what does that mean?" The golden scaled which said lightly, "Yin Zhonghu, there's clearly something wrong with this nascent soul area. Even if you deny it, it won't change anything." The king of Zwolu narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "Fate is determined by the heavens, and life and death are our own responsibility. Once we come out, we won't investigate. So what if there's a problem? It's still a matter of fate." The golden scaled which snorted. Taoist Yin said angrily, "I request that you check Zwa Xiaodua's space ring." The king of Zwolu was furious. He pointed at him and scolded, "What do you mean, Taoist Yin? Why do you have to check the space rings of the astral soul's cultivators? What? I even suspect that the Tao Alliance committed mass suicide to frame us, and the rest of the people collected a large number of space rings to frame us." Taoist Yin was so angry that his mouth was floating. "We committed suicide to frame you? We're an alliance." The king of Zwolu sneered. "So you still know that we're an alliance?" Taoist Yin said, "The reality now is that your people killed our people. They're too ruthless. They don't deserve to be sons. They don't deserve to be sons." The king of Zwolu didn't budge an inch. "Ask your people, have they not killed our people?" Taoist Yin, "Why are the officials allowed to set fires, but not the common people? What do you mean? Or is this what you mean?" Yu Dongtian crossed his arms and said, "This double standard is really strange." Taoist Yin, "You're actually talking about the alliance. The Umno Alliance didn't say anything, but you're anxious. What are you anxious about?" Taoist Yin almost vomited blood. "The Umno Alliance. That's right. Why didn't the Umno Alliance say anything?" The golden scaled witch and the wind emperor looked at Yu Dongtian with a strange feeling in their hearts. "Who said that we didn't say anything? The moment we came out, you two were arguing. Did you give us a chance to speak?" The nascent soul of the Umno Alliance and the Tao League didn't return to the team. As for the space rings that were found in the nascent soul space, 49 of them were placed alone next to the big pile. It looked like a small sand dune next to the big mountain. It was really pitiful. The Wind Emperor was also full of anger. He said, "Take out your space rings and let me see what you've gained." He gave the order to the 800 people of the Umno Alliance. With a crash, a pile of space rings was placed next to everyone who still had them. The Wind Emperor was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. There were a few people who still had a few space rings that they had snatched. However, when it came to the treasures that they had gained, the high-grade ones were pitifully few. Basically, they were just some ordinary things. However, his cultivation had improved significantly after this round of training, but it was obviously not worth the price of the ticket. Not to mention that there were so many empty-handed people who just stood there blankly after hearing the order. These people even snatched the space rings that Chu Chu had brought in. Among these empty-handed people, there was also Sha Hai. This result made the Golden Scaled Witch so angry that his nose was crooked. It was so embarrassing. Under the gaze of the old ancestor, Sha Hai didn't even have a place to put his hands. He lowered his head and felt so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. I was the last one to come out and had already seen the big group of people gathering. So Xiaoduo found me, then intercepted me and snatched the last one. Only you have a gold medal? This makes me so unhappy. Hand over the rest of your things. At that time, Sha Hai was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 822. Now, facing the elder ancestor's murderous gaze, Sha Hai panicked. I really didn't do it on purpose. Xiaoduo is obviously targeting me, elder ancestor, but he obviously couldn't say these words. Once he did, Sha Hai reckoned that the elder ancestor would slap him to death. Can you be any more embarrassing? On the other side, the Dao League was also doing the same thing. Their faces were dark, and they were almost unable to suppress their irritable aura. Originally, there was no need to do this, but at the level of soul transformation, the losses were too great, and the looting was too great. Those of Huayin stage were only killed and not looted. But at the level of soul transformation, not only were they killed, they were looted as if the enemy army was passing by. Looking at the loot, Daoist Yun's face turned green. There were dozens of people who had rings on their hands, but they didn't have anything. After asking around, it turned out that they were chased by Xiaoduo and the Hidden Dragon High School students, so they threw away all the things in their spatial rings that they threw them out as they ran, all for the sake of survival. As for Xiaoduo and the rest, they didn't continue to chase after them. They focused on picking up the items and checking their loot. The leader of the Dao League looked embarrassed. Daoist Yun trembled and said angrily, "What a scandal! What a scandal!" Yu Dongtian and Yun Zhonghu felt the same way. Yu Dongtian pretended to persuade him. It's good that the children went in to train and achieve the effect of the training. At least, the children know how to survive in this kind of situation in the future. This is also a reward. Don't be angry. Gain? I don't want such a gain. Yin Zhonghu coughed and said, "Look at these children on our side. They were all badly beaten up by your people." Yin Zhonghu, Daoist Yin said angrily, "Do you mean that we have to compensate your children? Don't you feel guilty when you say this?" The king of Zwolu said angrily, "I mean that both sides suffered losses. This is actually quite normal." It was normal. Daoist Yin felt a lump in his throat and angrily said, "I want to see the harvest of the astral souls." Yu Dongtian snorted, "Why? How many times do you want me to repeat myself? You're not a son. Not a son." Daoist Yun's face turned blue. He had always been the one to criticize others for not behaving like a son. This time, someone else actually did the same to him. It was like pouring all the water from the 5 lakes for seas and 3 rivers to wash away the shame on his face. Above, the golden-scaled great shaman came down with his hands behind his back and said, "Fate is decided by the heavens. Life and death is one's own responsibility. Once you come out, there will be no further investigation. This is the rule and the final conclusion." He said indifferently, "However, I believe that letting astral souls show off their harvest will be a spur to both sides. I'm just showing off my harvest. At least in my opinion, it's nothing much." He looked at Monarch Heart-Picking and asked amiably, "What did you say?" Emperor Zhai Xing took a deep breath and said, "Light it up? Just to light it up?" He thought to himself, "It's not a bad idea to use this opportunity to raise our morale. Besides, they already showed off their harvest to us 2 times in advance. It doesn't seem right to say that they didn't show off their harvest now." The golden-scaled shaman said, "That's right, I promise. It's just to light it up. Once it's lit up, everyone will be at ease." At the top, the flood witch looked down and didn't say a word. The golden-scaled shaman is generous. "Let's light it up then." Emperor Zhai Xing agreed. He had no choice but to agree. The Dao League and the Umno Alliance were obviously mad. Thus, the astral soul's soul transformation cultivators stood in a few rows and began to show off their harvest. Under this light, it was a dazzling array of items, especially Li Qinglong, Yu Moyan, Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Li Zhongming, Long Yuxing, Meng Zhongjun, Wan Lixiu, and the others. Among them, the most unique one, Gao Xiao although the items she showed weren't of high quality, there were hundreds of interspatial rings in her hands. It was almost like a mountain piled up from the ground. Just the interspatial rings were almost above Gao Xiao's calves. Gao Xiao was also dumbfounded. I didn't expect it to be like this, but I have too many things on hand. So his harvest from the first few days is still with me. I have nowhere to hide it. During this period of time, when I was free, I even deciphered the rings and wanted to organize a batch of them. Now, all of a sudden, it seems to be several times more than Li Qinglong, who has the most. The eyes of all the higher-ups of the astral souls, the Tao League, and the Umno Alliance turned to Gao Xiao. This girl looks like her cultivation level is ordinary. TSK. Her killing intent is quite strong. She actually killed so many of us. Onlys with Xiao Duo. Everyone was speechless when they saw Xiao was harvest. 7 or 8 interspatial rings and some worthless herbs that he didn't even bother to pick up. This is your harvest? This is the harvest of a bandit like you? Who are you trying to fool? The most ridiculous thing was that there were also a few pieces of fragrant demon beast meat. Also among those things, there was only a sword. There is nothing else that belonged to Xiao Duo. Oh, that's not it either. There are also a few books on how to get along with interpersonal relationships, cultivators' self-cultivation, war, and military theory, on the severe situation of the astral soul's continent, and many other professional books. Taoist Yun's face darkened as he flipped through them, revealing the following web novels: The Evil Prince of a Strange World, I Am the Supreme, The 9 Heavens, The Legend of Ling Tan, The Realm of the Heavens. What was even more ridiculous was that these books were all written by the same person. How strange. What is this? Taoist Yun's eyes widened. These are novels written by the author that I admire the most. They're really good. So Xiao Duo excitedly introduced. These books are really enjoyable. I've read every one of them many times. Every time I read them, I gain new insights. There's an ancient saying, sit and comprehend the Tao. I comprehend the Tao through reading. This author not only writes well, but his writing style is also very good. His words are meaningful and thought-provoking. All right, this person is especially handsome. He's almost as handsome as me. Can you imagine how handsome he is? His writing style is especially sincere. I suggest you take a look too. Who knows? You might be enlightened and have a breakthrough after reading these books. As what Xiao Duo suggested to Taoist Yun, I sincerely recommend you take a look. Even if we don't talk about other things, there's a lot of wisdom in these books. There's also a lot of patriotism. You young people in the Tao League should be promoted. Taoist Yun's face turned black. I won't read this kind of stupid book. So, Xiao Duo looked at Taoist Yun sympathetically. The opportunity was right in front of you, but you missed it. Although you won't read it, you can't say that. Sigh, I'm afraid you're finished. The last sentence was said very softly. That's all you got? What about the rest? Everyone was flipping through Xiao's loot. Who are you trying to fool? You must have other storage equipment. Taoist Yun said, you can search if you don't believe me. Xiao Duo patted his clothes and opened his arms. I only have that one space ring. I don't have anything else. You're lying. In the Umno Alliance, Shahai shouted himself hoarse. You're just robbing me. So be it. Before he could finish, he was stopped by the golden-scaled Great Shaman's sharp gaze. What disgrace! The golden-scaled Great Shaman took a step forward and looked carefully at Xiao's fingers. There was indeed no ring. But why did he feel that something was wrong? Xiao's loot couldn't be so little. Faintly, there was a familiar smell. Whose smell was it? The golden-scaled Great Shaman didn't know anything about the Godson and the Father, so he didn't think in that direction at all. If the Inferno Great Shaman, Dan Kong Great Shaman, and Deep Ice Great Shaman were here, they would probably figure it out immediately, because they knew that the Flood Witch's life ring was in this kid's hands. They had seen the video, so how could they not know? But the golden-scaled great shaman didn't know, so he was full of doubts. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't say it. He couldn't understand what was wrong. At this moment, there was a cough from above. Cough! The flood which stood up with her hands behind her back, her face red. At this moment, the flood, which was actually speechless. Show them? With that little bastard's personality, how could he show them all the good things he got? My space ring alone can fill all of them. Not to mention that the kid has the void extermination pagoda. But the flood which couldn't say this. No matter what, no matter how selfish she was, no matter how far-sighted she was, no matter how. But what she did now was more or less suspected of helping the enemy. But now, this kid seemed to have gone too far. He actually had all of it. How distrustful was he of these people? You should at least show us some of it. How could we rob you? Where's the stuff? Taoist Yun looked at Zhuo. What stuff? I didn't rob them. Zhuo said in an extremely wrong tone. I only got this little bit. It's all here. You can't slander me like this. I'm inside. I'm law-abiding, kind to others, trembling with fear, sweeping the floor for fear of hurting the lives of ants. Enough. The flood which stood up. Have you seen enough? If you've seen enough, then keep it. She made the final decision. Taoist Yun and the golden-scaled great shaman both wanted to ask Zhuo more. This kid must have another storage space. That much was certain. Taoist Yun still felt unreconciled. After all, the Tao League was really too miserable this time. But when the golden-scaled great shaman heard the flood witch's voice, it was as if he was suddenly enlightened. Fuck, boss's aura. What the fuck? He immediately understood. Looks like boss has made some arrangements. I'm going to get to the bottom of this, but I don't want to ruin boss's plans. Then, I'll be in deep trouble. At this thought. No need to look anymore. The golden-scaled great shaman hurriedly said, keep it all. Fate is decided by the heavens. Life and death is your own responsibility. Once you leave this place, you won't be investigated. This is the rule. Everyone has to abide by it. Then, he turned and glared at Taoist Yun. Do you have any other questions, Taoist Yun? Taoist Yun immediately fell into a state of confusion. This wasn't right. Was the Astral Soul's continent an alliance with the Tao League continent? Or an alliance with the Umno Alliance continent? Why do I feel like I'm being targeted by two continents? Logically speaking, these two continents shouldn't be in an alliance. Chapter 823. Zhuo. Shahai yelled. After thinking about it, he still felt that he had suffered a loss. This loss really made him unable to rest in peace. Zhuo had gone too far. Just you wait. My brothers didn't come this time. Just you wait. Shahai gritted his teeth. Now that he had someone to back him up, he was safe. He could finally say a few harsh words. Zhuo also gritted his teeth. Shahai, just you wait. I didn't rob you at all. Your great shaman threatened me from the beginning. If I dared to do anything, he would target my parents. How could I dare to do anything to you? You slandered me like this. You are guilty of a great crime. You are confusing right and wrong. Just you wait. I, Zhuo, swear that I will not let you go. Bah! Zhuo spat a mouthful of saliva. He yelled like he had been wronged. Is this how the Umno Alliance slander others? Making things out of nothing, calling a deer a horse, confusing right and wrong. Oh God, open your eyes. I don't steal, I don't rob, and I don't oppose the ruling party. How could I be called a rogue robber? Shahai, in this life, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable. Zhuo yelled in grief and indignation. He thought that he had indeed been threatened by the great shaman. Suddenly, he felt so wrong that he was about to cry. I'm already like this. What else do you want? The great shaman was furious. He slapped Shahai and shut him up. What were you doing earlier? Now you're like a fucking dog, barking just because there's an old man here? You are embarrassing me. Fuck, Zhuo, you actually dared to drag me into this. Do you think I came here willingly? It was Boss Flood's order. He is the culprit. On the other side, the king of Zulu was speechless. Little junior brother, you can speak with such grief and indignation. If I didn't know your character, I would have believed you. After that, Zhuo and the others were ordered to return to the camp. Goodbye, Zhua. Goodbye, Boss Li. Goodbye, Boss Yu. Goodbye, Boss Long. Goodbye, brothers. Goodbye, sisters-in-law. Goodbye, beauties. Goodbye, classmates. When you reach Shangjing, you must come and play with me. I'll take care of everything. I'm not bragging. I'm quite influential in Shangjing. The ranger reluctantly bid farewell to each of them. He really couldn't bear to leave. The days he had spent in there were simply too satisfying. He could rob whoever he wanted, kill whoever he wanted, and bully however he wanted. It felt so good. When she returned to Shangjing, how could she have such a life? Even though their family background was impressive, they still needed to behave themselves. If anything went wrong, the old ancestor would order people to come back and beat them up that I really don't want to go back, but Xian Yi is still waiting for me. Sigh. If it wasn't for Xian Yi, I would have gone to the Hidden Dragon Empire and stayed with Zhua. Where else would he be able to find such a good life just by doing odd jobs and sucking up to others? The Heavenly King of the Right's ears perked up as he listened to the fatty's farewell. He couldn't help but have some thoughts in his heart. This little shrimp seems to be quite close with Zhuo and the others. Should I focus on developing him? The team of soul transformation cultivators quickly retreated. After all, they were just small characters. No matter how talented and outstanding they were still soul transformation cultivators. Although this group of geniuses would probably advance to the cloud transformation realm soon after they left. However, in terms of the actual situation, it was still useless and had nothing to do with the main goal. However, the King of Zulu and the Heavenly King of the Right, as well as the higher-ups of the 4 armies who stay behind, were all excited. The reason for their excitement was because of these soul transformation cultivators. Forget about the others, those casual cultivators, the warriors from various departments, and the soul transformation cultivators in the army were really unable to do much. After all, they were old. Even though they had improved a lot this time, these people were at least 40 or 50 years old. Some of the older ones were already over 100 years old. Even if he had a bright future ahead of him, it would still be very limited in comparison. But this group of soul transformation cultivators was different. Most of them were only in their early 20s. Yes, except for a few, the rest were all in their early 20s. The oldest was only 21 or 22 years old. This was simply seeds, genuine seedlings of powerhouses, soul transformation cultivators in their early 20s. And there were more than 2,000 soul transformation cultivators in their early 20s. This was definitely the hope of the astral souls in the future. This was something that had to be protected. Next was the division of the spoils of war. Guaxian District, 232. Spirit Control District, 413. Cloud Transformation District, 309. Soul Transformation District, 49. In total, 1,008 pieces. They were all in a mess and piled together. According to the usual practice, the landlord takes first. The Flood Witch's face was calm. Yu Dongtian stepped forward and, according to the usual practice, took 34% of the share, which was 342 pieces. The Tao League stepped forward and took 33%, which was 332 pieces. Similarly, the Alliance also took 332 pieces. In this way, a total of 1,006 rings had been distributed, and there were still 2 pieces left. According to the usual practice, the landlord takes the surplus unequally. The Flood Witch said. Yu Dongtian stepped forward and took 2 pieces. The Alliance has 332 pieces. Yu Dongtian, you could take 33 pieces. The Flood Witch's face was calm. This is what Lai Hua and Bing Ming lost to you. Yu Dongtian rubbed his hands. How can I? Although he was modest, he quickly stepped forward and took 33 pieces. He didn't dare to take more. This was the Alliance accepting defeat. If he dared to take advantage of the situation and then pretend to be obedient, the Flood Witch would probably fly into a rage on the spot, and he wouldn't be able to say anything. After all, this time, the astral souls had already taken advantage of the situation. However, he didn't dare to take less. With the Flood Witch here, he would probably be beaten up if he took less. Are you looking down on the Umno Alliance? At this point, the loot from the ruins had been distributed, and it had come to an end. At this moment, the golden door in the air had become mottled. Vaguely, a terrifying aura was gradually rising from the golden door, as if it had broken free from some shackles. Without needing any orders, the higher-ups of the 3 continents who had sensed that something was wrong immediately swept everyone up and retreated hundreds of miles away. When facing an unknown object, temporarily avoiding it was always the first choice. Then, an earth-shattering sound was heard. A gray cloud of chaos suddenly rose into the air and rushed toward the sky. In the blink of an eye, all the mountains under the Crown Prince's Academy disappeared. Only a gigantic crater with a radius of about 3,000 miles was left. The crater was bottomless, and white fog was rising from it. At this moment, the faint sound of water could be heard from the bottom. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. It seemed that this place was going to become a gigantic lake from now on. However, what kind of influence had caused this? The flood which raised her head and looked at the space of chaos that had disappeared without a trace. She sighed silently in her heart. I finally remembered what I had forgotten. It was the mysterious space in the Crown Prince's Academy. When she had gone in a train, she had been repeatedly ordered not to go near it. So, she had never gone near it. But now, it seemed that it was somewhat extraordinary. The Crown Prince's Academy had collapsed, but that space could still soar into the sky, the flood which vaguely felt that she had missed a great opportunity. She was at a loss. However, during these 2 months of training, the flood which had discovered something else. Her luck was constantly increasing, especially since about a month ago, it had suddenly soared by 1 piece. That time, it had caused the energy to overflow from the small space that he had opened up. The amount of luck was so huge that it was shocking. It was more than twice as much as her original luck. This was a great surprise. The flood, which was also an expert in the art of observing luck. Naturally, she knew that she had received help from a benefactor. As for who this benefactor was, the flood which knew in her heart. There was also another layer. She clearly felt that in the distant east, when she had suddenly received this burst of luck, the aura of her old enemy had also soared into the sky. Moreover, the 2 auras were entwined with each other and soared into the sky together. However, they disappeared in the sky like fireworks. Sensing this change, the flood which did not know whether to be envious or jealous. She sighed. She knew that her old enemy had officially ended the mortal dust incarnation. Moreover, it had ended the mortal dust incarnation in a perfect way. From this moment on, she was no longer invincible in this world. Moreover, there might be more than one opponent who could fight with her. That was when he truly had an opponent who could stand up to him in every aspect and level. However, the flood which did not have any scruples about this situation. Instead, she looked forward to it very much. She had been invincible for too long. Therefore, she did not feel any pressure for so long. Therefore, it was difficult for her to make progress. This was beyond doubt. After all, without pressure, there would be no motivation. The main reason why many of the former number 1 in the world could not live up to their reputation was because of this. They had lost the motivation to make progress. They always thought that they were already the number 1 in the world. However, they did not know that although their reputation and prestige seemed to be unshakable, once they fell, it would be fatal. The flood, which had always been vigilant about this. What she was worried about was never the appearance of a powerful enemy. Instead, she was worried about her own mentality. Therefore, she needed an opponent to suppress her own mentality. Now, with the appearance of this intertwined aura and the completion of her old enemy's mortal dust incarnation, the flood witch's heart was at peace. Moreover, with the substantial increase of her luck, the flood witch immediately began to break through. He was going to break through the last step. At that moment, in addition to the feeling, there were signs of enlightenment. He could feel that he only needed to go into seclusion and there would be a qualitative change. He would go one step further, and he had been waiting for this change for too long. Chapter 824. Sure enough, I can't get anything if I die alone. Life in the mortal world, bloodline, inheritance, continuation, reproduction. Only then is it complete. The flood which thought silently. After this, the higher-ups will go into seclusion. Powerhouses above the heavenly king level, the 12 great shamans, and the 7 swords of the Tao League are not allowed to appear in the pugilistic world battlefield. The flood which took a deep breath. Is there any problem? No problem. This was discussed long ago, and it was also a joint decision made by everyone. Everyone, if the Demon Alliance doesn't return, will fight to the death after we come out of seclusion. We'll beat this continent to a pulp. The flood which stood with her hands behind her back, her hair flying in the wind. If the Demon Alliance returns, we'll accompany them and beat this continent to a pulp. Let's see who can destroy the mountains and rivers and rebuild the universe in the end. After the 12 great shamans return, gather at the Flood Palace. The flood which stood still with her hands behind her back, but her body slowly rose from the ground. Her clothes fluttered in the wind as she soared into the sky. She went higher and higher, and finally, her figure disappeared. Today's matter is over. Everyone return. The golden-scaled great shaman shouted, "Umno Alliance, gather your troops and follow me." All those who entered the secret land to train were to form an independent army, and their possessions would be confiscated. You can keep 10%. Those who don't get anything will be punished with 90% of the resources. You must hand it over within a year. Violators will be exterminated. The Umno Alliance left. The Tao League also left. On the side of the astral souls, they were also organizing their troops. The principle of confiscation was the same as the Umno Alliance and the Tao League. Those who participated in the secret area could only keep 10% of the loot and profits. The remaining 90% had to be handed over as the commonwealth of the entire continent. This was a benefit that was fought for by the strength of the entire continent. It wasn't something that could be entered just because you were a soul transformation stage genius. Without a strong backing, even if you were a genius in front of these top figures, you were still worth nothing. Once you enter, you will be able to raise your own cultivation. That is already a great fortune. Naturally, the majority of the resources obtained during the trial had to be handed over. From Gue Xian to below, everyone took the initiative to hand over all their gains. It was the same when it came to the God-reigning realm. Qin Fanyang wasn't reluctant to part with anything. If Zhuo and the others didn't gain much, Qin Fanyang might feel a little heartache and regret handing it over. However, those little bastards had gained much more than he had. Qin Fanyang instantly felt that these resources were no longer of much value. I might as well hand them all over. Even I feel embarrassed if I keep them then. It was Hua Yun's turn. Zhuo was quite honest. Other than the ice elemental treasures that were taken away by the ice spirit, she handed over everything else. On the other hand, Zhuo harvest shocked everyone. She directly poured out a mountain. There were also a few hundred spatial rings. Even the heavenly king of the left was shocked. He wanted to check it out personally and said gently, "You can keep some for yourself." Zhuo was very calm. "Take them all away. I only need the heavenly materials and earthly treasures of the ice attribute. I've already kept them for myself." "That's good." The king of Zulu was very pleased. He didn't expect that there would be a normal person in his master's family. No, it should be said that there was finally a normal person in his family. "You're good, very good." The king of Zulu praised her. Xiaonian's expression didn't change, but the people around were surprised. Everyone had handed in. Although she handed him more, she didn't deserve the king of Zulu's praise. Next, it was naturally the nascent soul area. Gao Qiao looked at the things that Zhu gave her with a dumbfounded expression. She wanted to cry. "What should we do, boss?" Zhu Xiaoduo was also dumbfounded, but he immediately expressed his understanding. "It's okay. Just hand them over." Gao Qiao still felt wronged. A few minutes ago, she was calculating how much she could make this time. In the end, it was confiscated. However, it seemed that she could still get back 1/10. Gao Qiao instantly decided what to take back, and she already had a target. But in the end, looking at the pile of junk that Xiaoduo handed over, the heavenly king of the left frowned and walked over. He sent a message to Zhuo Xiaoduo. No one will believe you even if you do this. Isn't this fake? Hurry up and take out more. Zhuo Xiaoduo pursed his lips and dug in his left armpit. Then, he took out 30 space rings and said pitifully, "There's no more. That's all I have." The king of Zwulu frowned. "Take out more." Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo dug in his right armpit again and threw out another 30 rings. With a bitter face, he said, "There's really no more this time." The king of Zwulu was unmoved. "Take out more. If you can't take out more, I'll kill you." Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked. He felt around his back and took out another 30 rings. "Just continue." The king of Zwulu glared at him. This time, Zhuo Xiaoduo put his hand into his pants and took out another 30 rings. Continue. The king of Zwulu was sure that this kid would not take out everything. So far, he had only taken out the tip of the iceberg. Zhuo Xiaoduo reached behind his butt and took out another handful. This time, he took out 48 rings. Some were even. With a sad face, he said, "There's really no more this time. It's all here." The king of Zwulu's lips twitched. Everyone else had a strange look on their faces, too. In his crotch, behind his buttocks, on his back, and between his armpits. This boss was really good at hiding things. Heavenly kings were frowned and flipped his hand. Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately floated upside down. Heavenly King Zhuo grabbed Zhuo Xiaoduo's left ankle and shook it violently. "There's no more? And the rings on your body are not yours." Clattered-out space rings were scattered all over the floor. There were at least 200 of them. Like copper coins, they poured out of Zhuo Xiaoduo's body like rain. In his hair, in his pants, in his armpits, in his pants. Finally, Heavenly Kings would took off his shoe and knocked it out. He really knocked out 6 rings. He tore off the bottom of his shoe, and there were 10 more. Everyone's eyes were wide open. Now, all they could think of was one sentence and 2 words. What the fuck? What the fuck? Heavenly Kings wanted to curse, but he did not dare. He could only curse halfway. "Aren't you afraid of breaking your foot?" So Xiaoduo hung his head dejectedly, as if his parents had died. How cruel! He was not letting go of even a single one. "Think again. Do you have more?" The veins on the king of Zwulu's forehead were bulging. "There's really no more this time." So Xiaoduo replied weakly, "If there's no more, then there's no more. You can still take back 1/10 of what you have." The king of Zwulu said with a dark face, "There's no need for that, right?" Zhuo Xiaoduo shrunk his head and said carefully, "Just take it as a contribution to the peace of the continent. I can take it. I can also not take it." The king of Zwulu was so angry that he almost laughed. "You have such a high level of self-awareness? You have such a high level of self-awareness. If that's the case, then you'll have to contribute." The king of Zwulu did not hold back. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes widened. I was just being polite." "Return to the team." "Yes." Zhuo Xiaoduo ran back to the team barefooted. His face was full of pain. "I was just being polite. And I really lost that 1/10. I really lost it. I didn't gain much from this experience. And I even lost the last bit of my belongings. Alas, as long as one is alive, one must not casually exchange fake pleasantries. Return to your teams." The king of Zwulu, Yin Zhonghu, looked at his wife who was laughing so hard that she could not straighten her back, and Yu Dongtian who was laughing so hard that he was about to collapse. He said angrily, "What are you laughing at? Everyone needs to go back and cultivate in seclusion. Don't you know that the war is about to break out? All the martial artists and forces, take your people back. All the armies, take your people back to the border immediately. No matter how urgent the war is, those who participated in this relic are not allowed to go to the battlefield for a month." They had to give them some time to digest the information. Once they finished digesting it, their strength would soar again. If they went to the battlefield now and died, the loss would be too great, and the trial would be meaningless. Yes, the military retreated almost instantaneously. With a gust of wind, the military personnel disappeared. Then, the people from the major organizations. At the 9 Heavens Pavilion, Zhuo Xiaoyan, "I still have a month of leave." "Approved." The people from the Nine Heavens Pavilion also left. Zhuxiaoyan still couldn't understand. She really couldn't bear to leave Gouda, but why did she say that she had a month of leave? And it was approved immediately. Humph. Gouda must be very happy. He can bully me again. As she thought about it, she subconsciously looked at Zhuxiaoduo. Humph, do you think I'll let you bully me? Da-da-da-da. I'll beat you to death. Immediately, Zhuxiaoyan flew up into the sky. She went back to the villa first. Zhuxiaoduo, Long Yusheng, Wan Lixiu, Li Chenglong, Yu Moyan, Li Changming, and the rest gathered again. All of you, follow me to the villa. Delay your departure for a day. Zhuxiaoduo suggested. Okay. So, everyone went back together. Long Yusheng and the rest stayed after applying for leave, while the other martial artists went back with their people. Yu Yin'er didn't go back with the people from the Hidden Dragon High School. Instead, she followed Li Changming with a blushing face. She didn't say a word, only biting her lips and stepping lightly on the ground. She felt a little empty. There didn't seem to be any substantial progress. She was hugged and slept with. Why didn't he say anything? This idiot. Why didn't he say something? Yu Yin'er also naturally followed Yu Moyan. Seeing this, she went to accompany Yu Yin'er all the way back. Only then did Yu Yin'er's awkwardness disappear. Li Changming scratched his head and smiled foolishly. He waved at Yu Yin'er. What a coincidence. Yu Yin'er rolled her eyes and ignored him. She only cared about whispering to Yu Yin'er. Nobody knew what they were talking about, but the two girls giggled. Their smiles were like blooming flowers in spring. Everyone went back to the villa. Zhuxiaoduo called Long Yusheng, Wan Lixiu, Yu Moyan, and Li Changming together and said mysteriously, "Come to my room. I'll show you a big treasure." Chapter 825. He wanted to divide the golden light spots among the four of them. The golden light spots were mixed with the power of warmth. It was not only unsuitable for Zhuxiaoyan, but it also conflicted with her. He had already enjoyed two of them. Li Chenglong had a great opportunity this time, and his attributes were not compatible. Naturally, this opportunity would benefit Long Yusheng and the other three. During this meeting, Zhuxiaoduo was very sensitive and felt that the current state of the four of them, and even their foundations, were the kind of state where they were about to destroy themselves because they cultivated too hard. However, compared to geniuses of the same level, their actual strength was not much higher, at least not to the extent of overwhelming suppression. Especially Yu Moyan. If he continued to cultivate according to his established cultivation path, he would soon develop internal injuries. He could understand the mentality of the four of them. He and Li Chenglong had improved too quickly, and the four of them were very anxious, but they did not want to show off, so they could only torture themselves. However, the four of them, although they were geniuses, they were only geniuses of one place. There was a huge gap between them and a level of peerless geniuses and heaven-defying monsters. To a large extent, their current achievements were obtained on the premise that their personal foundations were used up. Once their foundations were depleted, there was no way to go forward. Based on this situation, each of you write an IOU, Zhuxiaoduo said. Then, he took out 4 pieces of white paper for pens and a box of ink. Don't forget to leave your fingerprint. 10 billion. One person. So many. Long Yusheng exclaimed. Wan Lixiu rolled her eyes. Stop talking nonsense. Just fight. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The four of them did not say anything else. They skillfully wrote the IOU and handed it to Zhuxiaoduo. How rare. TSK tisk. Zhuxiaoduo clicked his tongue. They actually wrote down the repayment period and interest. TSK, I will repay them in this lifetime. TSK, Creative. I will be able to find you in my next life. Really? Now, even people who owe debts can be so comfortable and calm. The four of you still owe me a few $billion for your interspatial rings. Yu Moyan said blankly. Wasn't it millions back then? It had only been less than a year. And the interest rate had increased so much. Even the interest of rolling on the ground isn't that exaggerated, right? Zhuxiaoduo said fiercely. You have a problem with that? No problem, no problem. Yu Moyan said, you can just write it down. I'll return it to you when I have the money. In any case, we'll definitely return it in this lifetime. The four of them said in unison. Zhuo Xiaoduo's nose was crooked from anger. Fine, fine, fine. Just you wait. As he spoke, he took out a large piece of top-grade Astral Souls jade. On top of it, for golden light spots were slowly rotating, emitting rays of golden light. Now that he had the time to take a closer look, he finally understood that they were 4 sesame-sized golden lotus flowers. They actually had petals, stamens, and flower stalks. They had everything that one could think of. How exquisite! Wan Lixio exclaimed. All right, put your hands on it later. 1 flower for each of you. After eating it, quickly circulate your martial arts to suppress it. After that, quickly scram. Just looking at you guys makes me annoyed. Debtors are really arrogant, Zhuo Xiaoduo said impatiently. Hee hee. Thank you, boss. The 4 of them sat quietly on the grass of the villa and practiced their martial arts. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong stood guard at the side. Why don't I have one? Just 4. Besides, this thing doesn't suit your attributes very well. I want it even if it doesn't suit me. You're favoring one over the other. Well, yours is with Xiangbing. Go and eat it. Zhuo Xiaoduo circled around the 4 of them and used the skim-ending stone to nourish their bodies silently. This time, my foundation should be able to be improved, Zhuo Xiaoduo said softly. Li Chenglong was silent for a moment before he said, Zhuo, you're being so generous this time. I'm not used to it. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked up at the sky. He let out a soft sigh. Do you know why? Why? What I'm thinking of now is the 12 great wizards and the 7 swords of the Tao League. Zhuo Xiaoduo said lightly. I don't know what I'll think of in the future. Who knows? Li Chenglong was silent for a moment. It's really good. Li Chenglong emphasized and said from the bottom of his heart. It's really good. You sound so gay. Zhuo Xiaoduo glared at Li Chenglong. Don't speak in such a disgusting tone in the future. Li Chenglong couldn't help but feel angry. I'm really happy. How is it gay? Don't talk nonsense. I already have a fiancé. Don't talk nonsense. I already have a fiancé. It was probably because Zhuo Xiaoduo was so generous this time that Li Chenglong saw the embryonic form of a huge group in the future. Therefore, Li Chenglong was really happy and overjoyed. He trusted Zhuo Xiaoduo in every aspect and was even confident in him. The only flaw was that Zhuo Xiaoduo had a stingy character which he was worried about. Want to be the boss? Pay for the meal. This sentence seemed to be unscrupulous, but in fact, it was very reasonable. Li Chenglong was very worried about his and Zhuo Xiaoduo's group. Perhaps when they were young, their feelings were pure and they were happy to play together. However, as one's cultivation level increased and one's experience deepened, the so-called brotherhood spirit of youth, even if it didn't fade away, would inevitably fade away. Because at this time, everyone would have to shoulder a lot of burdens. Whether it was their family or their wives, children, parents, relatives, old friends, classmates, or family interests. All of these were burdens. There were responsibilities and obligations. They were all burdens. At this time, what everyone was pursuing was no longer the youthful spirit of sacrificing everything for each other, but interests. The word interest was really all-encompassing. Whether it was progress, relationships, ability, future, or responsibility, everything was tied to interests. There was no eternal enemy, only eternal interests. This was a famous saying. It was probably at this time that it was the easiest time for the young Shao group to break up. Many young brothers who had been through life and death together when they were young became middle-aged, and the root cause was this. At a time like this, those who were loyal to each other when they were young and still worked hard together, improved together, and moved forward together. Firstly, they must have a common goal and future. Secondly, the role of the leader was also very important and significant. If the leader could bring benefits to the brothers under him, he would naturally be able to make the group go far. Otherwise, everything was just a fortress on the sand, a floating foam building that would collapse. Just based on the words "you are my brother" when they were young and hot-blooded, it was absolutely impossible to last long. Therefore, many of the injuries, betrayals, and conflicts between friends happened at this time. This was also why many people sighed and said so-and-so has changed. But they didn't know that it might not be so-and-so who had changed. It might be that this group no longer met his needs or was no longer in line with his interests. This saying was also unscrupulous, but it was also true. In life, everyone wanted to live for a long time and wanted to live well. It was the instinct of survival, and the root cause was undeniable. If the small group that came together because of fate always had the same interests, it would naturally be stable for a long time, and the friendship would be everlasting. If the interests were different, the prospects were different, and there was a great disparity, the people's hearts would naturally not be united, and the friendship would not last long. Li Chenglong used to be most worried that Zhuo Xiaoduo would be muddle-headed in this kind of matter. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's attitude in the face of wealth was really worrying. It was not difficult for brothers to gather together, but once they were separated, it would be impossible for them to reunite like before. But now, Li Chenglong was relieved. Zhuo Xiaoduo understood very well that this was what he was most worried about, and it changed right in front of his eyes. When Zhuo Xiaoduo said, "I think of the 12 great shamans and the 7 swords of the Tao League," Li Chenglong's excitement and relief reached a certain level. He only had one feeling in his heart. It's done. The two of them chatted and laughed, and there was no grudge between them. They waited until the sky was dark before Wanli Xiao, Long Yuxing, and the others finally stopped cultivating, and their faces were all red. Wanli Xiao, Long Yuxing, and the other 3, with this Xiao Lotus, had raised their cultivation to the point of breaking through to the cloud transformation realm. Moreover, it was suppressed 9 times, and they were about to break through to the cloud transformation realm. When they went back, they only needed to stabilize for 3 to 7 days, and then they could break through in one fell swoop. When the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. However, what really surprised Xiaoduo was that he saw on the faces of Wanli Xiao and the others, and he saw that they were full of vigor and vitality. They had a deep foundation and a solid foundation, unlike those of his peers who had made great progress in their cultivation. These old friends of his had been cultivating as if their lives depended on it after they parted ways with him. Although they had made great progress in their cultivation and were even better than their peers, they had consumed too much of their foundation. Especially Yu Moyan and Li Zhongming, who had previously used up a lot of their vitality to keep Dugian and Yu Yan'er alive. After this golden lotus opportunity and the nourishment of the heavenly stone, they had greatly made up for their previous losses, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. Their foundation had also improved, and they had already surpassed the original level of a genius. Even if they were not at the level of a peerless genius, they were not far from it. After the few of them stood up, they saw Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong, and they all rushed over with cheers. They hugged and slapped the 2 of them, and even Wanli Xiao did not avoid suspicion. Don't try to worm your way into being friends with me. Our friendship is one thing, but owing a debt is another. Even blood brothers have to settle accounts clearly. When you go back, all of you have to work hard to earn money for me. If you dare to forget to pay your debt, I will chase you to your home to ask for it. Zhuo Xiaoduo's cheeks trembled in pain, and he kept muttering, "I will pay you back in this life." The 4 of them laughed. That night, everyone had a big meal. Zhuo Xiaonya knew that this was Zhuo Xiaoduo's old team, so she did not participate. Chapter 826. After eating, Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiao left first. They had to rush back to Yunwan High School. They said that they could break through to the cloud transformation realm at any time. After all, they still needed to break through and consolidate their foundation. Goodbye. It should be on the battlefield. Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiao stood side by side. Zhuo Xiaoduo carefully looked at their faces. These 2 people were not dangerous, so he nodded and smiled. Then let's meet on the battlefield. Be there or be square. He waved his hand and threw a ring to Wanli Xiao. This is your wedding gift. I've given it in advance. Don't ask for red packets later. Wanli Xiao caught it and said with a red face, "How can you give it in advance? When the time comes, I'll make it up. If not, I'll scold you in the newspaper." Oh my God. No way. So cruel? Uh-huh. Let's go. The two waved and left. Li Zhongming also wanted to go back to Dragon Soul High School, but Yu Yin Air seemed to be disappointed. Don't worry. I'll take care of your wife for you. Don't worry about me. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed and started to play dirty again. Yu Yin Air's face was red, but she did not refute. Li Zhongming was also embarrassed and did not say anything for a long time. However, the layer of window paper between the two of them was finally pierced by Zhou Xiaoduo's words. When Li Zhongming left, he was relaxed and happy. Zhou Xiaoduo also gave him a ring and raised his eyebrows. Li Zhongming knew that Yin Air was too embarrassed to stay and went back to school with a red face, so he followed her. On the way, Li Zhongming laughed and said, "Boss gave me some benefits. Let me see what it is, and I'll give you half." Yin Air blushed. "I don't want it. Your boss gave it to you. What does it have to do with me?" Li Zhongming said righteously, "I have to be responsible for you." Bah! Yin Air's face was red to the neck. Wow! Li Zhongming was shocked. So many top-quality jade of astral souls. "Here, I'll give you half." Yu Moyan and Dina were also preparing to return to Guangdong, but before they left, they were stopped by Zhou Xiaoduo. The more he looked at the faces of these two people, the more confused he became. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was filled with a mixture of good fortune and misfortune, full of murderous aura, no less than 90% of the aura of death, with only a thread of life remaining. Yet this kind of face was sometimes absent, sometimes not, sometimes not. Unexpectedly, it was difficult for Zhou Xiaoduo to come to a conclusion, unable to give a method to pursue good fortune and avoid misfortune. "Wait, I have something for you." Zhou Xiaoduo took out the void transformation stone and gave it to Yu Moyan. "This thing." He sent a voice transmission to Yu Mo Yin, even telling him what he had to pay attention to. Such a rare treasure. Yu Mo Yan's eyes lit up. To Yu Mo Yin, this stone was simply a supreme treasure that was made for him. What Yu Moyan needed the most now was this kind of treasure. To be honest, once Yu Moyan broke through to the cloud transformation realm, with this stone, his battle strength would be comparable to a refined, profound realm expert. "Be careful on your way back," so Xiaoduo reminded him seriously. "You and your wife have been added to the group. No matter if it's you or her, you have to send me a message every 2 days. Don't forget." Yu Mo Yin took a deep breath. "So, is something going to happen to us?" It was not that Yu Mo Yin was overly sensitive. It was just that Zhou Xiaoduo's previous examples of spirit techniques were too shocking. As for the people around him, such as Li Chenglong and Yu Moyan, they had long believed in Zhou Xiaoduo. Now that Zhou Xiaoduo had given him such a rare treasure, how could they not know that there was a problem with their own situation? Zhou Xiaoduo said in distress. "This time, it's hard for me to see through good fortune and misfortune, so I can't give you any advice on how to pursue good fortune and avoid misfortune. All in all, for now, everything should be safe. Your faces are constantly changing. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. So, if you encounter anything in the future, or if Sister Yu encounters anything, tell me in the group immediately." Yu Mo Yin nodded solemnly. "I'll keep that in mind." "Okay, take this ring, hurry up, and improve your cultivation." "Okay." After saying that, Yu Mo Yin left with Dugin, so Xiaoduo sighed softly. Even with a rare treasure like the Void Transformation Stone, Yu Mo Yin and Dugin Er's faces did not change at all. It was clear that what would happen next was unpredictable. It was beyond his ability to deal with. Li Chenglong stood beside Zhou Xiaoduo, looking at Yu Mo Yin and Dugin Er's backs as they disappeared into the darkness, and said, "You can tell that something's going to happen." Zhou Xiaoduo did not smile cheekily, which was rare. He said solemnly, "I hope it won't happen." Li Chenglong was shocked to see Zhou Xiaoduo's solemn face for the first time. He frowned and said, "Then I'll have to make some preparations in advance." "You? What can you do?" Zhou Xiaoduo was surprised when he heard that. Even his time-tested supernatural power had failed this time. Li Chenglong was knowledgeable and wise, but what could he do in this aspect? What could he do? "Boss, have you forgotten about our company?" Li Chenglong was even more surprised. With the strength of those reporters, Aren't they the best spies to find out what's going on? That's right, that's right. Make the arrangements as soon as possible. You've woken me up from my dream. We still have such excellent resources in our hands. Why don't we use them? Understood. When they returned to the villa, Xiaoduo saw that the light in Zhuxianyan's room was still on. He said, I'll go up and take a look. Li Qinglong nodded and said, when you have time, I'd like to discuss something with you. Li Qinglong's face was solemn. Xiaoduo frowned and said, Which aspect? Li Qinglong pondered for a moment and said, many aspects, including the future and the candidates. Xiaoduo hesitated and said, isn't it a bit early to talk about this now? It's not early. Li Qinglong said, after this experience in the secret place, our strength has taken shape. Next, we should enter the screening process. The sooner we get rid of the weeds and retain the good, the better for the future. Xiaoduo was confused when he heard that. He scratched his head and said, I know, but let me think about it more clearly first. Li Qinglong said, okay. Xiaoduo went up. Li Qinglong also returned to his room. After this experience, everyone had made some progress. However, after making progress, they still needed to settle down for a while before they could break through to the cloud transformation realm. At this juncture, they needed a buffer. It was not advisable to break through immediately when they were too tired. During this buffer period, they could sort out all kinds of things. As soon as Li Qinglong returned to his room and turned on the computer, he saw a lot of messages from Zhuxi's company. The series of movies and TV series about Principal Shi Yunfeng had been filmed. They asked about the final broadcast. Li Qinglong replied, you make all the decisions. Unless the company is in a life and death situation, you don't have to ask for permission. The other side replied, understood. Then Li Qinglong began to list the names of the people. He understood Xiaoduo's meaning. Although Xiaoduo had realized that it would be a huge group of interests in the future, Xiaoduo did not have the confidence to lead this team well. Therefore, Xiaoduo also needed to think calmly. But Li Qinglong was different. Li Qinglong knew that no matter what Xiaoduo thought, this group had now taken shape. Whether Xiaoduo wanted to be the boss or not, the formation of this group would not be swayed by the boss's will. If it was done, it was done. This point was similar to the emperor's robe. When the brothers worked together to support you, you had no choice but to walk down this path as the boss. If you didn't take this path, the stars and clouds would disperse. If you took this path, there was a possibility of creating a legend. Would you take it or not? This was like many people who started a big business. When they had a certain amount of money, anyone would feel that if they took a step back, it would be enough for the rest of their lives. But could you take a step back? Li Qinglong slowly wrote down the names one by one. He wrote very slowly. For every name he wrote, he thought for a long time. Even if the group took shape, Xiaoduo would only be the boss and the spiritual leader. And the one who did the work would always be Li Qinglong. Li Qinglong understood this very clearly. I'm just a fucking butler. The names appeared one by one on the white paper. Long Yusheng, Wan Lixiu, Yu Moyan, Li Changming, Gao Qiao Xiang Chong. That when he saw Gao Qiao name, Li Qinglong could not help but sigh. It had to be said that as time passed, Gao Qiao's weight in the group became more and more important. This woman was really too smart. Moreover, she was not ambitious and knew her own limits. Such a person was exactly what the group needed. In fact, she was indispensable. If she was ambitious or did not know her own limits, then he would have to think of a way to get rid of her. Fortunately, he was smart enough. Meng Zhongjun, can I use it? Li Qinglong frowned. Then he began to issue tasks. Investigate the family background, social relationships, and the history of the rise of each of his classmates. This job is not easy. I'm really looking for work for myself. I'm asking for trouble. Li Qinglong sighed as he did it with great interest. He was enjoying it. He sighed, but in fact, when he did this work, it was really full of fun and boundless joy. From all the clues, I find what I need the most and then restore the truth of many things. This is the most fun and most fulfilling thing. Although the process is boring, moving forward step by step and deciphering little by little, Every discovery is an accumulation of a sense of accomplishment and a superimposition of surprises. Li Chenglong began to work. Zhou Xiaoduo went upstairs. Zhou Xiaoyan was frowning in the room. She was worried and looked restless. Nian Mao. Zhou Xiaoduo came over with a drooling face. Stop fooling around. Zhou Xiaoyan frowned and said, I sent a message to Mom and Dad, but they haven't replied yet. They can't get through when I called them. They didn't respond when I sent a video call. Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked. I immediately sent a message to Mom and Dad after I came out. Let me see. He took out his phone and looked at it. He could not help but cry. They didn't reply. How could this be? Chapter 827. Unwilling to give up, the two of them dialed frantically, but still couldn't get through. Then, Zhou Xiaoduo went online, found his parents' email, and tried all kinds of ways to contact them. However, after a long while, there was still no reply. At this moment, both of them panicked. Zhou Xiaoyan was even more flustered. She said, How about we go back and have a look? But Mom and Dad won't let us. Gosh, do you know what time it is? Why are you still listening to them? Zhou Xiaoduo waved his hand. If they don't send us any news, I'm the head of the family now. You have to listen to me. Let's go back and have a look. All right. Zhou Xiaoyan rose to her feet without another word. Subconsciously, she wanted to go back, but she needed someone to make the decision for her. Now that Zhou Xiaoduo had said that, Zhou Xiaoyan felt that she should go back. If Mom and Dad got angry, they would beat the dog first, not her. At that thought, she felt relieved and her mind was clear. Putting that thought into action, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan took to the air and flew back to Phoenix City. More than a month ago, after Zhou Chonglu and Wu Yuding returned to Phoenix City, they searched the area around King Qi's tomb again and finally confirmed that there was nothing there. Back at home, the couple no longer had anything to worry about. They calmed down and prepared for the breakthrough. Everything was going according to plan now, but they still felt that there was something left undone. Hence, they put it off for a few more days. Finally, one day, they were struck by a sudden burst of inspiration. They could clearly sense a boundless fortune descending from the heavens and filling their bodies. It seemed to be the power of the heavens. What the two of them didn't know was that Zhou Xiaoyan had received a huge benefit and was returning a portion of his fortune to them. But this was the best time. The husband and wife immediately returned to the old residence of the Phoenix Dance home and went into seclusion. They let go of all their suppression and entered their own heart to comprehend. He didn't know how much time had passed, but in the instant he felt all the spiritual cavities in his body open. An even more powerful aura descended from the sky, as if it was born from nowhere. Zhou Xiaoduo's luck naturally wouldn't come for no reason. It was because Zhou Xiaoduo had come out of the chaos space. After that, the two of them received another massive influx of fortune energy, and they felt as if their spiritual platforms had become extremely clear. In the blink of an eye, they had broken through to the return to void stage. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Without any superfluous words, their souls left their bodies and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The remaining two bodies remained in the room. They were lifelike, as if they were in a deep sleep. However, every inch of their skin was emitting specks of light. Gradually, the two bodies turned into nothingness. The doors and windows of the rooms were all sealed, and all the changes were carried out in silence. Only that ultimate life energy was leaking out bit by bit. Everyone in Feng Wu's residential area felt that their bodies and minds were at peace, their spirits were refreshed, and all kinds of diseases were gone. They were in high spirits. A large number of specks of light were still floating around in the room. With a whoosh, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan landed on the ground and rushed upstairs like whirlwinds. They took out their keys and opened the door. As soon as they entered the neighborhood, they sensed the unusual atmosphere around them and rushed over as if they had lost their minds. With a click, the door opened. Mom, Dad, Mom. They rushed through the door like a gust of wind, hoping to see the figures they had been praying for. However, all they saw was the dense light specks of life in the air. As soon as they entered, They seemed to have found their target and scrambled to gather around them. The two of them could clearly sense that every speck of light was their parents' love for them. The two of them, who had benefited greatly from this scene, didn't feel happy at all. Instead, they were overwhelmed by boundless fear. "Dad! Mother!" Zhou Xiaoyan screamed as tears streamed down his face. She was about to rush into her parents' bedroom. "Wait, Sister Nian, look over there." Zhou Xiaoduo, whose eyes were also red, stopped Zhou Xiaoyan. He pointed at the wall opposite them. There was a piece of calligraphy on the wall. It was written by Zhou Chonglu. "Why are you crying? Don't cry. Don't cry if you don't hear from me for 3 months." The large exclamation mark at the end was especially harsh. The two of them felt as if Zhou Chonglu was standing in front of them and scolding them. Zhou Xiaoyan was terrified and hid behind Zhou Xiaoduo. She sniffled and muttered, "Dad, I'm not crying." Zhou Xiaoduo coughed and said, "I'm not crying either." After that, the two of them came to their senses. Zhou Xiaoyan walked around the room with red eyes and pouted. She tiptoed to open the door of her parents' bedroom and her father's study. She was lost in thought. The furnishings inside were exactly the same as before they left home, except for a letter on the desk. "Open it," Zhou Xiaoduo said. "You should open it." Zhou Xiaoyan sniffled and said, "I'll read it from behind you." "How dare you? You're my daughter." Zhou Xiaoduo snorted in disdain, but in reality, his fingers were also trembling. He was afraid that if he opened it, it would be a farewell letter. The trees were silent, waiting for the rain to come. The letter was opened in the end. All they could see was Zhou Chonglu's handwriting. The first sentence made Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan laugh at the same time. "Look at the two of you. You don't look like my son or daughter. I've installed several cameras in our house. There are cameras in the living room, the hall, the dining room, the bedroom, and the study. You're not allowed to break them. When I come back, whoever cries will be beaten up. If one of the cameras is broken, both of you will be beaten up together." After reading the first 2 sentences, the two of them felt completely at ease. Zhou Xiaoduo turned his head and said, "You're crying." "I'm not crying." Zhou Xiaoyan refused to admit it. "You were crying just now?" Zhou Xiaoduo said proudly. "I'm not." Zhou Xiaoyan refused to admit it. "Anyway, we've been recorded. I won't be the one getting beaten up." Zhou Xiaoduo snorted and became more and more high-spirited. "Look for it and break it," Zhou Xiaoyan said guiltily, instigating Zhou Xiaoduo. "What? You want me to break it? Do you think I'm stupid? You should be the one breaking it. Actually, I found it when I came in, but I can point you in the direction." Zhou Xiaoduo said, "Look, it's right there." "I'm not going." Zhou Xiaoyan shook her head fiercely. "I'm not that stupid. Anyway, when I get beaten up, you have to take it from me." Zhou Xiaoyan pouted. "I can help you break it, but there's a condition." Zhou Xiaoduo smirked. His scheme had succeeded. "What condition?" "Let me touch it." "Fuck off. Read the letter." Zhou Xiaoyan twisted Zhou Xiaoduo's ear and blushed. "Bastard Xiaoduo. Did you forget that there's a camera here? You're so flirtatious." Oh. We'll talk about it when we get back." Zhou Xiaoduo hurriedly read the letter. "I knew you two would come back. You're really disobedient. You're asking for a beating. We left this time to return to our original bodies. Of course, we won't see you for a while. Your mother and my phone numbers have been saved. Once we recover, we'll use our original numbers to send you a message. Don't worry, we'll contact you as soon as possible. Now go back to school. Nothing will be done at home. Everything will go on as usual. We're not dead. There's no need for you two to come back and cry. Why are you so depressed? Your mother said that she wouldn't die if she couldn't have a grandson. Go play, you two. Xiaoduo, remember what your mother said. Don't bully Xiaoyan." The letter was very short. There were only a few lines in total. It took only a few glances to finish reading it. Zhou Xiaoduo ignored the last sentence. He turned to Zhou Xiaoyan and said, "Look, Mom wants a grandson. This should be her biggest wish." Zhou Xiaoyan blushed and said angrily, "Dad and Mom said you're not allowed to bully me. Why are you still flirting with me?" Zhou Xiaoduo said, "How can this be considered bullying? We're both happy about it. How can this be considered bullying? This is helping Mom fulfill her wish. Our feelings are just along the way. Why don't you understand this?" Zhou Xiaoyan was so embarrassed that her neck turned red. She turned her head away and ignored him. He went to look for cameras everywhere. After a while, Zhuo ran in with a pale face. She pulled Zhuo and said, Duo, let's go. What's wrong? It's not easy to come home. Don't you want to stay for the night? Zhuo asked curiously. Dad and Mom installed cameras in every room, including the bathroom and the balcony. Zhuo was frightened. I looked around. There are more than 40 of them. There's a note on each of them. What does it say? On each of them, it says, don't move. I've been holding my breath for a long time, but I don't dare to move. Zhuo scalp tingled. There were more than 40 cameras in such a big place. Her parents were really generous. Fortunately, she didn't promise the dog anything. If she relaxed after entering the house, she would be kissed and touched by the dog. When her parents came back, wouldn't she be embarrassed? Let's go. Staying here, he always felt like he was being spied on. Zhuo also felt his scalp tingling. Dad and Mom are treating us like foreign spies. More than 40 cameras, oh my God. It's all your fault. You ruined my image as a good girl. How are you going to compensate me? Zhuo bit her lip. Zhuo felt like a big black pot fell from the sky. He said, feeling wronged. How can you blame me? Every time we kissed, you were also very. Stop talking. She covered Zhuo's mouth. Zhuo was burning up. There are cameras. You idiot. Woo-woo. Zhuo almost rolled his eyes. Elbow, Brother Ming's elbow, is really good. With his mouth covered, he mumbled, let's go quickly. The two of them quietly closed the door of their parents' bedroom and tiptoed out just like before. They really looked like thieves. As soon as they reached the living room, they unexpectedly let out a scream at the same time. There was a piece of paper stuck on the door of the house. You're not staying for the night. Chapter 828. Don't you want to stay for one more night? That was what was written on the paper. There was even a smiley face at the end. The two of them were probably too concerned about the life and death of their parents when they came in, so they didn't notice such an obvious detail until they were about to go out. The two of them screamed and rushed out of the door. They rushed all the way downstairs and found that each other's faces were still green with anxiety. If anything happens to us, it must be because we were scared by our parents. They're playing us to death. Zhuo was very resentful. Are there any parents like them? They're simply irresponsible. Let's go quickly. Who knows if there are surveillance cameras outside? The way they do things is too unconventional. It's not enough to describe them as unscrupulous. Zhuo pulled Zhuo. Her heart was still pounding from the fright, and she still hadn't recovered from it. She hurriedly rushed out of the house. She didn't have the slightest bit of worry on this trip back. Zhuo Chonglu and his wife used practical actions to completely dispel the last of their children's worries. Now, not only were they not worried, but they were also full of resentment. Do you want to wait until Mom and Dad call and don't answer it? Zhuo suggested. Zhuo bit her lip and thought for a while, then said, okay, don't answer it then. I'll answer it. Zhuo didn't want to say anything. Sister, you're really my sister. Do you want Mom and Dad to beat me to death? The two of them flew all the way back to the villa in Fenghai City. They finally felt safe. I'm scared. Mom and Dad scare me to death. Zhuo patted her chest, still scared. Zhuo looked at Zhuo's big breasts that were trembling like jelly. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and said eagerly, are you scared? I'll help you soothe your breathing right now. She reached out her hand to slap him, falling onto the bed with a bang. So Xiaoyan flipped over and sat on top of Zhuo's body, holding down both of his hands tightly, and said fiercely, bastard, you really don't forget to take advantage of me, and never forget to set me up. Then they would abuse her. It was obvious that he had just been frightened, and now he urgently needed to beat up the puppy to calm himself down. Mercy! Zhuo desperately begged for mercy. He tried to turn over, but his hands were firmly pressed behind his head. His body was completely controlled, and he couldn't move at all. He struggled like this for a long time, but to no avail. Suddenly he laughed. The more he laughed, the happier he became. What are you laughing at? Zhuo, who had the upper hand, could not help but feel suspicious. I'm thinking, haha, Nyan Cat, you're acting like a pervert raping a girl on the wall. You're just short of telling me to stop screaming. It's useless even if I scream myself hoarse. Zhuo had completely given up on resisting. Pervert, Zhuo blushed and jumped up, but Zhuo hugged her thigh and said, don't go. You haven't finished the process. I want the pervert to finish the whole process. I want more, I want more. If this was seen by others, Zhuo's image would be ruined, even though he didn't have any image to speak of. Let go of me. But Zhuo wouldn't let go. He climbed up Zhuo Xiaonin's thigh like he was climbing a tree. His whole body hung onto Zhuo Xiaonin's body. Then, with a plop, the two fell onto the bed at the same time. However, this time, the offensive and defensive positions had changed. Zhuo Xiaonin tried her best to resist. Although her cultivation level was much higher than Zhuo was, she still could not withstand Zhuo's intensive attacks. Finally, all her resistance was destroyed. A warmouth kissed her, after a long, long time. So Xiaoduo walked out of the room with satisfaction, leaving Zhuo Xiaonin lying on the bed, panting. Luckily, she managed to hold on and was only kissed a few times that seemed that it was not a big deal. She grabbed her phone and started to shop crazily. Bastard, do you think it's so easy to take advantage of me? See if I don't spend all your money. The several shopping carts that had accumulated before were all emptied. However, when she looked at the balance of her account, she did not even spend a fraction of the money. She pouted and said with a red face, Xiao Duo, he always bullies me. What should I do? He's too rich now. I can't spend it all no matter how I spend it. This was the most effective tactic in the past, but it's useless now. Ice Spirit emerged from the sword and looked at her suspiciously, but I felt that you were enjoying it very much just now. You. Zhuo face was burning. She glared at Xiao Duo fiercely. Xiao Duo was confused and said, Isn't that so? Your cultivation is much higher than his. How could he bully you? You were the one who wanted it. Did I say anything wrong? Did I? I didn't want it. I didn't want it. Zhuo threw a tantrum. You wanted it. You obviously wanted it. You were very welcome. Xiao Duo was very straightforward. You. Zhuo threw herself on the bed and said angrily, Anyway, I won't let him get what he wants so easily. Xiao Duo rolled her eyes. She said it as if she was very persistent. If Xiao Duo didn't give up just now, you would be, humph, too lazy to talk about it. She went back into the Spirit Snatcher sword. This kind of thing was so boring that Xiao Duo was really not much. How could he have the same name as her? That was too low for her. Xiao Duo ran to Grandma Sher's side. Grandma Sher was making dumplings. She didn't raise her head and said, Ask your wife to come over and eat dumplings later. You're alone, so I won't entertain you. Okay. Xiao Duo agreed obediently. What's the matter, you macaque? Grandma Sher glanced at him. Hee, I saw that you were working hard, so I came to massage your shoulders. Xiao Duo rubbed her shoulders attentively. If you have something to say, just say it. Grandma Sher was obviously enjoying it, but she pretended to be impatient. It's like this. In the ruins this time, I found an Astral Soul's Jade mine, so I dug it up. I was lucky enough to dig out the best quality Astral Soul's Jade. There were other things inside the best quality Astral Soul's Jade. I guess that these were things that would be helpful to Principal Yi and the others. So I kept them for myself. Xiao Duo was worried about something else. I just wanted to let you see if they were really Astral Soul's Jade. They were the Earth's core Astral Soul's Jade that could help Principal Yi and the others heal. Grandma Sher was shocked when she heard this. She immediately glared at him. Lower your voice. Say it through telepathy. Then, she scolded him through telepathy. You really don't know what's good for you. Ruins have always belonged to the entire human race. This is common knowledge. No matter what your status is, you can't violate it. You actually dare to keep them for yourself. If this is discovered, your life will be over. She was distressed, angry, and pitiful. This child, under such circumstances, was still thinking about Yi Chongqing and the others' old injuries. He was willing to take such a huge risk. It was not taboo to commit such a crime. She tapped Zhuoxiaoduo's forehead with her finger, causing Zhuoxiaoduo to stagger. You actually dared to keep such a big thing for yourself. Keep. Zhuoxiaoduo looked embarrassed. After a long while, Grandma Shi finally suppressed the shock in her heart and said, "Where are the things? Take them out and let me see." Here. Zhuoxiaoduo took out 2 types of stones below the supreme grade purple crystal. One was light purple, and the other was dark purple. Grandma Shi's expression changed immediately. She took out the smallest of the 2, a light purple stone that was about the size of a basketball. She said hurriedly, "Keep the others quickly. Don't take them out again." "Oh, okay." Zhuoxiaoduo put it away with a puzzled heart. "This is the star jade core." Grandma Shi held the light purple stone in her hand and said, "Just this Earth's core astral soul's jade is enough for all of them to recover. Then the others. Keep the others for yourself. Don't let anyone know. Those are the higher grade Earth's core astral soul's jade. I had never seen them before. They are beyond my knowledge. The only thing I know is that they are 1 grade higher than the Earth's core astral soul's jade, or more than 1 grade." Grandma Shi said sorrowfully. The reason why she was able to determine what kind of geocentric star soul jade was, what kind of jade was suitable for healing, and what kind of quantity it required, was because she had inquired about it countless times in order to heal Shi Yunfeng's damaged origin. Now, she had the star jade core. But Shi Yunfeng would never be here again however, Grandma Shi quickly gathered her emotions and said, "These old things have really profited greatly by taking you in as a student of the Hidden Dragon Academy. These old things are all eating and taking from the students. They don't know shame at all. They're not worthy of being a teacher. How can they be worthy of being a teacher?" Zhuoxiaoduo didn't dare to reply. He just laughed. Grandma Shi complained for a while and chased Zhuoxiaoduo away. "Go back. Leave this matter to me. Don't tell me you are still waiting for those old things to thank you. Remember to come and eat dumplings tonight. Bring your wife along." Zhuoxiaoduo hurriedly slipped away. Grandma Shi immediately made a call and called Yi Changqing over. "Sister-in-law, what's the matter? That student of yours, Zhuoxiaoduo, helped you guys get it. Hurry up and distribute it so that everyone can recover." Grandma Shi directly threw the heart of stars over. Yi Changqing caught it and looked at it. He was shocked and his voice changed. "This is the star jade core? And such a big piece. Your student has committed a big taboo for you guys," Grandma Shi said sarcastically. "He found this thing in the remains this time and actually took the risk to hide it. Yi Changqing, you have benefited a lot from your student. If Principal Ye's selfless nature flares up and you hand this thing over and then send your student in, it will definitely be recorded in history." Grandma Shi's words were praise on the surface, but derision on the inside. There was a hint of hypocrisy. Yi Changqing blushed with shame. "Sister-in-law, what are you saying? Am I, Yi Changqing, the kind of old fool who doesn't know right from wrong? Not to mention that Xiao Duo took such a big risk for this matter. Just a sincere heart." Sigh. As he spoke, he sighed. "I'm really ashamed to accept it." After thinking about it, Yi Changqing was really ashamed. Chapter 829. From a supreme grade jade of astral souls to the heart of stars, he had received so many benefits from Zhuoxiaoduo, but there was nothing he could give in return, especially the restoration of his origin. That was a huge favor. And Zhuoxiaoduo was a student in Hidden Dragon Academy. If he relaxed his requirements and let him be more carefree, it would be harming him instead. But if he continued to strictly discipline him, what was the difference between that and normal? "All right, don't put on an act. I know you're happy in your heart." Grandma Shi pursed her lips. "You're good teachers. That's why students give you things and remember you. This is a kind of recognition. You don't need to give anything in return. If they really cared about your rewards, why would such a thing happen? What do you think you can give in return that's worth the heart of stars? Take it, take it. Don't annoy me here. As for who uses it, you have the final say. Anyway, these are enough for dozens of people." Grandma Shi impatiently chased Yi Changqing away. Yi Changqing's heart was filled with emotions. He carried the heart of stars back and hid in his study room. He stared at the heart of stars in a daze, only feeling his heart was boiling. This was not the heart of stars. This was the students' recognition of the Hidden Dragon Academy. Although it sounded a little official, Yi Changqing really thought so in his heart. After so many years of hard work, although I've never asked for anything in return, I didn't expect that the rewards would be so much, so generous. Yi Changqing's heart was filled with emotions. Without delay, he called Wen Xingtian and the others. Come over. At night, Grandma Sure made dumplings and called Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan over for dinner. The two of them happily came, but after a few minutes, Lone Eagle, Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, and the others all came over one after another. They actually sat down at a big table, without saying anything, only coming to eat. Some words didn't need to be said anymore. Grandma Sure was very dissatisfied, but she couldn't chase them out. She angrily put down the basin and said, "Are all of you here to eat for free? I don't want to serve you. If you want to eat, you can eat it yourself." Thus, a group of principals and teachers began to roll out the skins and fillings to make dumplings. While working, they watched the news on TV. It was a happy and harmonious atmosphere. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan also hurried over to help. Their speed was getting faster and faster. As they made the dumplings, they compared who made the best dumplings. Laughter and laughter filled the room. At this moment, the TV screen suddenly went black. Everyone was stunned. Then, it turned into a white background. Then, lines of blood-red words slowly rose from the bottom of the screen. Emergency report. 10 minutes ago, at 7:10 p.m., the UMNO Alliance's army suddenly launched an all-out attack. All 8 fronts are in a state of emergency. The UMNO Alliance has mobilized a total of 15 million troops to invade. Currently, the border is already in a bitter struggle. The UMNO Alliance's slogan, "Destroy the astral souls in one battle." At the front of the Sun Moon Pass, the Heavenly King Pass has fallen. The entire Heavenly King City has been turned into ruins. None of the 30,000 soldiers guarding the Heavenly King Pass survived. The final battle between the UMNO Alliance and the astral souls has begun today. In an instant, the atmosphere in the living room was extremely solemn. Everyone, whether it was Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, Zhuo Xiaoduo, or Zhuo Xiaoyan, were inexplicably shocked. Their mouths were open, but they couldn't say anything for a long time. This message, in blood-red words, scrolled 3 times before the screen returned to normal. However, it had become a scene of fierce battle at the front line. It was obviously filmed from a high altitude. On the vast ground below, countless soldiers were fighting, and their shouts were earth-shattering. When the screen zoomed in, one could see that the battlefield was already littered with corpses. There were soldiers of the UMNO Alliance, and there were also soldiers of the astral souls. They were quietly lying on the ground. From time to time, they were helplessly lifted up by the strong winds of the battle, and rolled around helplessly one by one. Human heads rolled helplessly on the battlefield amidst the strong winds that blood spurted high into the sky. The ground had already turned into a bloody mess. The caption slowly appeared. According to intelligence, the UMNO Alliance is currently recruiting soldiers. The follow-up troops of the UMNO Alliance are already on their way. Everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the continent. Perhaps this is the final battle of the astral souls. We're not sure if we can win this battle, and we're also not sure how long this battle will last. Right now, we can only report this news. Also, on behalf of the soldiers who died protecting the continent, I would like to ask, is there anyone in the astral souls who is willing to avenge me? Are the people of the astral souls still hot-blooded? The minister's order to conscript the entire nation is still being carried out in full swing. At this moment of life and death, let's fight. After hearing this news, the entire continent was silent, shocked. No one would have thought that the war between the two worlds would break out just like that, and at such a delicate moment. And once it broke out, it was so tragic and spread across such a vast area. Battles were everywhere in the 10,000 miles of defense line. War of life and death. The final battle of the continent. Yi Chongqing's voice was hoarse, and his eyes were staring blankly. It has broken out. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xianyan were also shocked by this sudden change. Although the two siblings' cultivation levels were not bad, and they had considerable experience, and their hands were stained with blood, they had never really been on the battlefield. At this moment, watching the real battle scene on the television, the two of them could feel the bitterness of the battle. It was an extreme bitterness that would not appear in any Jianghu battle or any sparring session. As the camera panned higher and higher, the scene was still full. In the distance, the Umno Alliance's army was rushing over, and here, the warriors of the Astral Souls were rushing over. In the sky, the experts of the Umno Alliance were rushing over, and here, there were also countless warriors of the Astral Souls rushing over. It was like two huge waves colliding with each other, and after the collision, the entire wave turned into countless water droplets that countless lives were lost in a single collision. In the distance, the Umno Alliance's army was endless. More and more corpses fell on the battlefield. In just a minute or two, there were already people fighting over a thick layer of corpses. There were corpses of enemies, and there were also corpses of comrades. A strong wind collided, and both sides spat out blood at the same time. The corpses on the ground were no longer able to resist, and they were all torn apart by the strong force. Without the protection of the true inner force, the corpses were naturally unable to resist the impact of the strong cultivator's attacks. No wonder. Teacher Yujuan had said repeatedly that those who could leave their corpses intact on the battlefield and leave their names on the memorial monument were extremely lucky. So Xiaoduo looked at the scene and only felt dry in his throat. In such a chaotic battle between armies, it was practically impossible to preserve a complete corpse in the end. The Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance's army were doing the same thing as they fought. Whenever they had the time, they would reach out and tear off the collars and badges of the corpses on the ground. Both sides only took the badges from their own side. This was because the badges had the names of the dead comrades. Even though they were fighting and risking their lives, both sides still had a scruple. When killing each other, they would try not to damage each other's badges if they could, so as to leave a chance for future generations to commemorate them. This was the last mutual respect between soldiers. Therefore, those who did not have any scruples and directly destroyed the badges of the other side would be immediately attacked by the other side, regardless of the cost. This was the strategy of exchanging lives with the tide of people. Even if they had to sacrifice more lives, they had to kill this person, no matter how you had no choice but to destroy the badges of the other side. The result would be the same. However, after we killed you, we would keep your badges. This was the difference in nature, the fundamental difference. When Zhou Xiaoduo saw this, he realized that he wasn't the only one who had realized this. Everyone who was watching this battle could see this realization. It was so obvious, without any concealment. There were constantly people who were shining with brilliance, shouting their names, and jumping into the dense crowd of enemies to self-destruct. Before they died, they shouted their names for their comrades to hear. Don't forget to burn incense for me. At this moment, the whole continent was silent. Countless people were shedding tears as they watched this scene quietly. On the battlefield of blood and fire, in the battle of life and death, it was this kind of detail that made people realize something. However, this detail was so touching. Our soldiers are fighting, sacrificing themselves, charging forward, and falling down. On the television, the host's voice was sorrowful. They are waiting for our reinforcements. They need our help. This continent needs us to protect it together. In the autumn of life and death, the war of the destruction of the country has begun. Let's take action. Then, the scene changed abruptly, turning to the endless group of tombstones behind the Sun Moon Pass. It was neat and tidy, like a military formation that was ready to go. Tombstones stood there silently. All the tombstones were neatly facing the inside of the pass. Countless heroic spirits were silently watching the continent that they had used their lives to protect. Next, the Heavenly King of the Right will speak to the people of the continent. The scene changed, and the heavenly king of the right was dressed in martial attire. His body was straight, and his face was solemn and mighty. Standing on the rostrum, he was like a lofty mountain, immovable and unshakable. Even though they were still separated by a screen, everyone on the other side of the screen felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if this glance from the other side had seen into their hearts. The heavenly king of the right said in a deep voice, "We will not retreat from this battle. We will not surrender. We will not admit defeat. Even if there is only one soldier left, this continent will still belong to the astral souls. I will only say one thing: fight to the death." When he said the last four words, the heavenly king of the right's gaze pierced through the screen like a sharp arrow, piercing into everyone's faces and hearts. Fight to the death. The whole continent was filled with roars like a tsunami. All the people of the astral souls continent were boiling with passion at this moment. Chapter 830. All the government departments in various places were suddenly filled with people. There was no call, no request, but everyone took the initiative to donate money and things generously. The recruitment offices in various places were already filled with people at the first moment. It was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. A large group of martial artists lined up neatly, waiting for the test. As long as they passed the test, they could join the army. After a short period of military training, they would go to the front line to face the national crisis together. The astral souls continent was boiling. It was unprecedentedly boiling. At the same time, in Fenghai City, there was also a roar that rose to the sky. Under such an atmosphere, after Shuai's company received instructions from the higher-ups, everyone began to work overtime. Shi Yunfeng's movies were released consecutively and released in advance. Shi Yunfeng's Young Iron Blood, Shi Yunfeng's Fierce Battle at the Sun and Moon Pass, Shi Yunfeng's Iron Blood General, Shi Yunfeng's Hero and Beauty, Shi Yunfeng's Hidden Dragon Pillar, Shi Yunfeng's Horse Crossblade, Shi Yunfeng's Last Battle. 7 big movies, breaking the norm, were released on the big screen almost at the same time with only a small time difference. These 7 movies, with the most sincere and realistic method, with only a little artistic embellishment, showed the war scenes in front of people as real battle scenes that once released, it instantly became popular to the point where thousands of people turn out. Strictly speaking, the release strategy of Shi Yunfeng's movies could be said to be without any rules, only the word reality. However, it was this word reality that everyone wanted to see at the moment. Any so-called realistic interpretation, any large-scale blockbuster, in the end, was still more than an art of life. Compared to reality, it was always a level lower, and Shi Yunfeng's movies were really only left with reality. The next few movies were all bloody and tragic, showing the battlefield in the most realistic scenes. Until the 5th and 6th movies, The Hidden Dragon Pillar, The Hero and Beauty. The rhythms slowed down a little, and they were fed a bunch of dog food, but they were still full of iron blood and heroines. And finally, the 7th movie, The Last Battle, caused thousands of people to be angry and thousands of people to be angry. The story of Shi Yunfeng blowing himself up in front of the Sun-Moon Pass had already spread on the internet. Everyone knew that it was a fact. However, when the people watched the movie and saw it with their own eyes, the energy that burst out was simply earth-shattering. He was a young man from a poor family. He worked hard and cultivated diligently. Finally, he was admitted to a martial arts school and made friends with a group of like-minded friends. Then, they would travel the Jianghu together. They would train together. They would catch spies. They would enforce the law. They would protect the people and ensure their safety. They would join the army even though they were weak. They would fight countless battles and have thousands of scars on their bodies. They would go back and forth between life and death. In the end, he was severely injured and could no longer continue. However, he did not forget his original intention and returned to the rear to teach and educate people. He hoped to nurture more talents and pass on the torch. Finally, he was cautious and conscientious all his life and had students all over the world. In the end, he suffered an unjust injustice. under the slander of public opinion. Such a hero was forced to die in front of the Sun-Moon Pass. What kind of tragedy was this? How sorrowful was it for a hero to shed blood and shed tears? However, what made the hero shed tears were the people he had dedicated his entire life to protect. How sorrowful was that? The anger and indignation of the people was simply tearing the liver and dripping blood. Riding on this wave, the higher-ups of the Astral Souls continent immediately came up with a method to manage online discussions. The internet must use real names. Without real name verification, no one is allowed to post information online. Every word and action must come from oneself. All consequences must be borne by oneself. If anyone steals another person's name and identity card to open an account, once verified, there is no need to have criminal evidence. You can be arrested immediately and sentenced to a minimum of 10 years in prison. The country has spent countless resources and power to educate people all over the continent. It is not for you to invert black and white and do evil things just so you can learn a few words. Knowledge is your strength and your weapon. However, it is not something you can rely on to do evil things. It is also not something you can use to sway the people's hearts and stir up chaos in society. As for people or units who are fed by the Astral Souls and educated by the Astral Souls continent, but do things that endanger the society of the Astral Souls for their own personal gain, all of them will be arrested immediately. Regardless of their background, regardless of any reason, they will be sentenced to a minimum of 10 years in prison. If there are more than 100 comments under any article that inverts black and white, and if there are more than 10,000 comments, you will be sentenced to a minimum of 20 years in prison. If there are more than 100,000 comments and more than 1,000 comments, you will all be sentenced to death. In troubled times, severe punishments must be used. The Astral Souls continent will start a crackdown from today onwards. This crackdown includes, but is not limited to the internet and the real world. During the crackdown, severe punishments will be meted out. This achievement was certainly worthy of pride. However, after Li Qinglong broke through the limit of 9 times, he understood Zhou Xiaoduo's realm better. I think Zhou has already broken through this limit. Otherwise, he would not be so strong. Strength beyond common knowledge, of course, comes from cultivation beyond the limits of ordinary people. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Li Qinglong and said, "Are you sure you want to break through tonight?" "Yes." "Then when your qi reaches its boiling point, eat this." Zhou Xiaoduo took out a small bottle. Inside it was a drop of 9 heaven spirit water. "What is this?" "A treasure that can allow you to suppress it at least 2 or 3 times," Zhou Xiaoduo said. "That good?" Li Qinglong was shocked. His eyes were full of disbelief. Although he was knowledgeable and wise, it was the first time he had heard of such a level of 9 heaven spirit water. How could he not be shocked? It should be known that suppressing it 2 or 3 times was not a big deal. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan could have suppressed it 20 or 30 times. What was the point? But this was the 2 of them. Well, most readers only paid attention to the 2 of them. However, in this world, the common understanding of suppressing one's true essence to the limit of cultivation was only 9 times. Li Qinglong's 11 times of suppression was already rare and commendable. No, it should be said that it was a miracle that ordinary people could not do. If one wanted to suppress it one more time, it would be an unimaginable great opportunity. Especially for Li Qinglong, he had experienced it firsthand. With perseverance as the foundation, he had suppressed his own cultivation more than 9 times, reaching the height of 10 or 11 times. This made him realize that in the future, when he reached a higher level of cultivation and suppressed it, he could also achieve the same number of times. Because he had opened this gap, his dantian was also used to this kind of suppression. Once this opening was opened, there would be many more possibilities for his future development than it was now. Well, this was actually the root meaning of the so-called thorny road at the beginning of cultivation. The common understanding of the thorny road was 9 times. The number of times of suppression for each level was also 9 times. This was definitely a peck. How could it not be? Chapter 831. I only have 3 drops of this. So as Xiaoduo warned, Nian Yin and I each get 1 drop. This is the last drop. You're lucky. When you go out, you need to keep your mouth shut. Even if your wife and brother-in-law want it, I don't have it. Of course. Li Chenglong rolled his eyes. What kind of person do you think I am? I don't think you are anyone. I only know that for a man who has a wife, his brother will never be as close as his wife. So Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. That's why I'm giving you a heads up. Li Chenglong smiled awkwardly. Of course not. Of course not. How can I say compare to our friendship? I said, you should get out of here as soon as possible. Okay. Li Chenglong went back to his room and worked hard to activate his primordial qi to prepare for the breakthrough. Zhou Xiaoyan also asked for a drop. She was also on the verge of a breakthrough. Now the primordial qi in her energy center was like a boiling sea, overflowing with primordial qi. If it wasn't for the fact that she had to convert all this primordial qi into ice elemental moon primordial qi, Zhou Xiaoyan would have already broken through when she was in Crown Prince Academy. Now, she had reached the point where she had to suppress it. This meant that even with Zhao's help, she could no longer suppress it. It was the limit of the limit. You're taking it tonight? Zhou Xiaoduo was delighted, but his face suddenly showed a worried expression. Why? Zhou Xiaoyan didn't suspect anything and asked in confusion. Consuming this 9 heavens spirit spring water. The risk is very high. At that time, I'm worried that. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was filled with worry. Finally, he said, there must be someone guarding by the side. Zhou Xiaoyan was puzzled. Can't you just stand guard for me? Zhou Xiaoduo was instantly overjoyed and said, good, but you still have to be careful. If there's anything wrong, call me immediately or break through directly. Safety is the first priority. Zhou Xiaoyan didn't understand, but she heard Zhou Xiaoduo's words in her heart. She said seriously, okay. Zhou Xiaoduo thought about it and still felt uneasy. He said, let's go to the Tower of Annihilation to break through. In there, no one will disturb you. Zhou Xiaoyan readily agreed. I think so too. Yes, yes. Zhou Xiaoduo tried to control the expression on his face. Hee. When? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. Let's wait until after dinner. Zhou Xiaoyan thought for a while and said, during this period of time, I will check the activity of the spiritual qi again to confirm the requirements of the Moon Sutra. It would be best if the spiritual qi has no impurities and all of it is converted into the power of the Moon Sutra. That would be the most perfect state for the breakthrough. I always hope that the breakthrough will be completed without any impurities. Okay, I'll wait for you. Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't hold back the longing in his heart and finally showed a smile. He was afraid that Zhou Xiaoyan would find out and ruin his plan, so he quickly lowered his head and walked out. Zhou Xiaoyan frowned and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo's back. She couldn't help but feel that the sudden smile on this guy's face was the kind of smile that couldn't be held back after his scheme succeeded. That what was the little doggy thinking about? Why was his smile so wretched? This little bastard couldn't be planning something bad in his heart, right? Zhou Xiaoyan thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out where the problem was. She couldn't help but feel puzzled and pondered. Zhou Xiaoduo hummed a tune as he walked out of the door. He sprinted to Boss Sun's side like a wisp of smoke and used his fastest speed to collect the large amount of Star Soul Jade powder that he had accumulated during this period of time. He then left behind a large sum of money for Boss Sun to continue collecting, and then he flew out of the city without stopping. There might be 1 or 2, but there might be 3 or 4. He wouldn't lose anything if he looked over there. Then he saw that the huge pit over there was filled with a huge amount of Astral Soul's jade powder, and there was a mountain of it on the ground. So Xiaoduo didn't hesitate to collect more Astral Soul's jade powder and rushed back to the villa without stopping. Zhou Xiaoyan is about to take the 9 heaven spirit spring water, so I have to settle all the things at hand. After that, I won't go out no matter what. I'll wait for the moment when she takes the 9 heavens spirit spring water. Her clothes will explode. She'll be naked. As he thought about it, Zhou Xiaoduo's saliva dripped into the teacup in front of him. Zhou Xiaoduo's style was at this level. It couldn't be any higher. Dinner time soon arrived. Zhuo Xiaoyan personally cooked dinner and called Li Chenglong and Zhuo Xiaoduo to eat. There were only the three of them in the villa now, and they were busy with something at Grandma Shi's place. Li Chenglong praised as he ate. Zhuo is so lucky to be able to find such a good wife like Sister Nian. I'm so envious. So delicious. So delicious. So delicious. Li Chenglong swallowed his food and drank to his heart's content. Zhuo Xiaoduo just smiled reservedly at the side, eating slowly like a gentleman. As for Li Chenglong's praise, he accepted it all without hesitation. My wife is beautiful. She's beautiful, has a good figure, good skin, good temper, good cooking, good temperament, high cultivation, good aptitude, that's all. Zhuo, I've taken the Jiuxiao spirit spring you gave me. It's really effective. Li Chenglong smiled and said gratefully, with this opportunity, I think I can suppress it for another 5 or 6 times. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly became alert. He frowned and whispered, it's good that it's effective. Now that you've just forced out the impurities, why don't you hurry up and eat? This is a critical moment. You can't be careless. Li Chenglong nodded. Yes, that's why I ate quickly. Zhuo Xiaoduo was already a little restless. He urged, cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind. I think you'd better make up for it as soon as possible. Do you have enough jade of astral souls? If you don't have enough, just say something. The danger of a fierce battle was imminent. As stingy as Zhuo Xiaoduo was, he was prepared to bleed. It was obvious that he was eager to drive people away. If Li Chenglong said something wrong, what he had been looking forward to for so long would be wasted. Li Chenglong said, I think so too. Zhuo Xiaoyan was finally interested. He said, Xiaolong, do you feel any discomfort after taking the Jiuxiao Spirit Spring? Zhuo Xiaoduo said first, I'm the most qualified to say this. I just feel a little uncomfortable. Nothing else. Li Chenglong completely misunderstood Zhuo Xiaoduo's meaning and echoed, Boss is right. Apart from the instant you consume it, your clothes will suddenly be completely destroyed by the qi energy that will burst out. There's really nothing else. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face darkened. He said angrily, You're talking nonsense. How can there be such a thing? Zhuo Xiaoyan frowned and said, What? My clothes will be burst? Li Chenglong panicked under Zhuo Xiaoduo's murderous gaze. With his intelligence, how could he not know that he had misunderstood and delayed Zhuo's important life event? He avoided eye contact for a moment and said weakly, Well, I have enough resources. I won't trouble you, boss. Ha ha, I'm full. Boss is right. Now is a critical time. I'll go cultivate now. It's important to strengthen the foundation. He ran away as he spoke. When he finished his last sentence, Li Chenglong was already gone. Zhuo Xiaoduo faced Zhuo Xiaoyan's sharp gaze and forced a smile. Li Chenglong is really a blabbermouth. How can there be such a thing? There's no such thing. Zhuo Xiaoyan gritted her teeth and nodded slowly. I believe you. She thought of Zhuo Xiaoduo's words about being a bodyguard. How could she not know that this guy was up to no good? Zhuo Xiaoyan instantly remembered the strange gaze just now. She also thought of Li Chenglong's clothes exploding and bursting when he mentioned the Jiuxiao Spirit Spring. If what he said was true, wouldn't everything be seen by this guy who was guarding by the side? It turned out that this little bastard had been thinking about this all along. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Finally, she shouted, I don't believe you. She reached out and grabbed Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was still trying to quibble. Zhuo Xiaoyan's face was frosty. Let's go into the Tower of Annihilation. Zhuo Xiaoduo was dragged in with a grief-stricken face. Give me the Jiuxiao Spirit Spring. Here. Well, come here. What? Under Zhuo Xiaoduo's grief-stricken gaze, Zhuo Xiaoyan directly beat him until he couldn't get up from the ground. Then, she took out the Cloud Transformation Realm monster tendons from her space ring, connected them one by one, and tied Zhuo Xiaoduo up from his shoulders. She tied him up to his ankles. The little bastard was tied up like a human stick. She tried hard and felt that even if this guy's cultivation was 10 times higher, he wouldn't be able to break free. She was relieved. Zhuo Xiaoduo cried desperately, Spare me, Sister Nian. I'll change, okay? I'll go out now. I'll go out and wait for you to finish your cultivation, okay? But how could Zhuxianyan trust him now? How could you let him go out? He had the final say in the Tower of Annihilation. What if he suddenly barged in at a critical moment? So, it was necessary to tie him up here first. Zhuxianyan thought for a while and took out a bolt of black cloth from her space ring. She cut a few strips and covered Zhuxiaoduo's eyes with them. Layer by layer, she tied a dead knot behind his head. Even so, Zhuxianyan was still worried. She tied each of Zhuxiaoduo's fingers tightly with tiny monster tendons. So, Zhuxiaoduo couldn't even move his little finger. He couldn't even blink. But at this point, Zhuxianyan was still unwilling to give up. She thought for a while and took out a large piece of barbecued meat. It was a whole pork shoulder with tendons. It weighed about 17 or 18 kilograms. She stuffed Zhuxiaoduo's begging mouth with it. Then, she picked him up and threw him into the room with the jade of astral souls. She put 17 or 18 big bells on Zhuxiaoduo's body. Chapter 832. There were also bells placed around Zhuxiaoduo and at the door. There were at least 300 bells placed around Zhuxiaoduo. At this point, Zhuxianyan felt relieved and walked out. She went to another jade room for astral souls. She took out a lot of astral souls jades and started to absorb them. She slowly accumulated her spiritual energy to the peak and reached the point of explosion that she raised her head and drank the 9 heaven spirit spring. In an instant that there was a boom, Zhuxianyan finally realized that Li Chenglong was telling the truth. She fell down from the top. All her clothes, including her underwear, were shattered into pieces. Thinking of how Zhuxiaoduo kept saying that he would be her personal guard, Zhuxianyan couldn't help blushing. She couldn't help but feel ashamed. This little puppy really didn't have any good intentions. An hour later, Zhuxianyan completed her cultivation. She felt that she could suppress it a few more times. She took out her clothes from the ring and put them on. Then she went to the next room. Zhuxiaoduo was still tied up like a dumpling. He had given up struggling and was lying there straight. His eyes were covered with a black cloth and his mouth was stuffed with a 17-kilogram pork shoulder. From his posture, one could see that he had nothing left to live for. Although Zhuxianyan was ashamed and annoyed, she couldn't help but laugh when she saw him like this. She walked over and took off the pork shoulder. Then she took off the blindfold and put away all the demonic beast tendons. Zhuxiaoduo was still lying on the bed, motionless. He looked as if he had missed a great opportunity. Hey, get up and practice. Zhuxiaoduo acted as if he didn't hear her. Get up, Zhuxianyan snorted. If you don't get up, I will go back to Shangjing directly after I get out. That won't do. Zhuxiaoduo rolled and got up. No. I've suffered a great loss. Damn Li Chenglong. I've done so much for him in vain. How could he treat me like this and ruin my plan? Zhuxiaoduo was angry and sad. He swore, this bastard and I can't live under the same sky. The plan that I've been planning for so long was completely destroyed by this guy's words. I've been so devoted to him, and I've never forgotten about him. I've always thought about him, but he betrayed me in such a serious way. I won't forgive him. Zhuxiaoduo gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and roared angrily. His voice was filled with grief and indignation. If he missed this opportunity, the next time he wanted to feast his eyes, he would have to wait until the wedding night. That how many years and months would that take? Zhuxiaoduo and I are irreconcilable with you. Zhuxiaoduo wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Such a great opportunity, a heaven-sent match, was missed just like that. Zhuxianyan looked at him with a faint smile on her face. She was a little proud. She wasn't angry when Zhuxiaoduo said, the plan I've been planning for so long. She even felt a little apologetic. Zhuxianyan was shocked. Shouldn't I be angry? Why am I so happy? This isn't right. Looking at Zhuxiaoduo's depressed face, Zhuxianyan rolled her eyes and hated herself for being so useless. She suddenly leaned over and kissed him on the lips with her flower-like lips. Is this okay? Zhuxiaoduo was suddenly refreshed, and his eyes lit up. No? What's okay? Zhuxianyan said reservedly. What's okay? You have to let me kiss you. Zhuxiaoduo was eager to give it a try. He was beaming with joy. The disappointment he felt just now was completely forgotten. Oomph. Swishounian put her hands behind her back and turned her head away. She didn't want to look at him. Swishoduo quietly moved closer. Swishounian's face was getting redder and redder, but she resisted the urge to move. Finally, he hugged her, and then, "Oh, I didn't agree." Just when the two of them were inseparable, a heat wave suddenly hit them. Swishoduo and Swishounian were shocked. How could there be an attack in the Tower of Annihilation? This was too strange. The two of them quickly separated and looked around. However, they didn't find anything. The heat wave was getting hotter and hotter, and they couldn't stand it anymore. Even though Swishoduo used the Flaming Sun scripture to absorb as much as he could, the heat didn't decrease at all. Instead, it showed signs of increasing. Point one had to know that Swishoduo's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. The heat emitted by the heart of the sun was no longer enough for Swishoduo to absorb. So, where did this sudden heat come from? Why was it so overbearing? What's that? Swishounian's sharp eyes pointed to the other side. Swishoduo looked over and saw a bird's nest made of cotton next to the heart of the sun. At this moment, the bird's nest had already turned into ashes. There was a red egg floating in the air. Below this egg were 5 other broken eggshells. However, there was nothing in the broken eggshells. The remaining egg floated in the air and shone brightly. It was like the sun, emitting thousands of rays of light. Swishoduo turned to look. He couldn't help but be shocked. Is my divine beast egg going to hatch? Divine beast egg? Swishounian didn't understand. There were a total of 6 divine beast eggs in the trial space this time. From the looks of it, only one can hatch. Swishoduo's eyes lit up as he muttered. The egg was already black back then. I didn't have much hope. Although only one can hatch now, it's still better than nothing. Furthermore, just by looking at this posture, it might be extraordinary. Swishounian couldn't help but look over curiously when she heard Swishoduo's words. A layer of frost appeared around her, protecting her body. Endless steam rose from her body. Although the heat was scorching, it didn't have any effect on her. The divine beast egg in the air was still spinning. A strange fragrance suddenly spread out and filled the entire space that then dot crack. It was a slight cracking sound. Swishoduo and Swishounian couldn't help but look over. He saw that the egg in the air had really cracked open a small crack. From the crack, a flame suddenly spurted out. These flames were blazing white in color, and they were filled with extreme fire elemental energy. Swishoduo was excited to see it. He was about to use his energy to absorb it to strengthen his body, but the flames suddenly retracted. Then, the whole egg kept making cracking sounds. In the blink of an eye, it was full of cracks and was about to shatter. After a series of small duck, 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 duck sounds, the egg gently fell to the ground. The duck, 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 duck sound kept ringing. A black gas kept coming out of the crack, full of a demonic atmosphere. As soon as it came out, it would immediately dissipate with the wind. Finally, duck. There was a sound. A small black tip suddenly appeared on the surface of the egg and then retracted. Swishounian's eyes widened. Is that a bird-type demonic beast? Swishoduo was overjoyed. A flying mythical beast. Swishoduo had already begun to imagine. If it was really a flying mythical beast. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die of excitement. Duck, duck, duck. The mythical beast that had suddenly appeared was still pecking at the eggshell. One could imagine how eager it was to get out of the egg. The two of them held their breaths and stared with wide eyes. Their faces were filled with anticipation. They could only watch. This mythical beast had to be done by itself. If an outsider forcibly peeled off the eggshell, it was likely to cause a defect in the mythical beast's life. The gap was getting bigger and bigger. The joy on Swishoduo and Swishounian's faces became even more intense. This mythical beast was very energetic. Go over there quickly. I heard that the first person this mythical beast sees when it comes out is its master. It will instinctively think that the master is its mother. It will be very beneficial for taming and training in the future. Swishounian pushed Swishoduo. You should be the mother. I don't want to be a mother. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Stop talking nonsense. Zhuo Xiaoyan pushed him over. I already have one. You already have one? Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked. I haven't even done anything yet. Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoyan was furious. I was wrong. Zhuo Xiaoduo hurriedly admitted defeat. Duck, 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 duck. The little yellow beak was like a phantom as it attacked continuously, pecking the eggshell until it was broken into pieces. Finally, with a crisp sound, a small yellow head popped out of the eggshell along with the soft sound. Its round eyes were filled with infinite ignorance and curiosity as it stared at the outside world. It was as if a little bird's head had grown out of the eggshell. It was very cute. Zhuo Xiaoduo went up to it and tried to pretend to be amiable. He smiled and said hello. The little head was startled, and it quickly shrank back into its original position. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed. After a while, the little head popped out again and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo in confusion. Gradually, a look of affection and dependence appeared in its eyes. Its round little eyes looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo. Slowly, affection, trust, dependence. All these positive emotions appeared in Zhao's eyes. Zhuo Xiaoduo was overjoyed. It's done, Zhuo Xiaoyan urged. Hurry up and let it recognize you as its master. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo drew a pattern in the air with his finger and filled it with spiritual energy. Then, he bit his middle finger and pointed at the center. Then, the circle of light shrank and entered the little head. Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that he seemed to have formed a weak connection with a weak and young soul. He could order this little guy to do anything. After confirming this, he couldn't help but be surprised. It had just broken out of the eggshell, and there was such a clear connection. It seemed that this little guy was really not simple. Gee. The little head opened its mouth and called out in a childish manner. Gee. Zhuo Xiaoduo instinctively felt that something was wrong. This can't be a little chick, right? Chapter 833. The little head chirped happily, shook its head, and then happily pecked at the eggshell next to it. Finally, with a crack, the eggshell split into two halves. A soft yellow, furry little cutie appeared in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo. Gee. Two soft yellow wings with milk hair flapped, and it chirped affectionately at Zhuo Xiaoduo. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt as if he had been struck by lightning. When he saw the little guy in front of him, he immediately collapsed. This was obviously a little chick, and this little chick seemed to be born with a disability. Zhuo Xiaoduo wanted to ask someone, so he angrily asked, "Have you seen a three-legged chick? The one in my house is one, and it has recognized me as its master." Yes, this newly hatched divine beast that Zhuo Xiaoduo had been looking forward to for a long time seemed to be just a little chick, and it was an extremely rare little chick with 3 legs, 3 delicate claws that were as thick as 3 matchsticks. Its size seemed to be twice as small as an ordinary chick, and it seemed to be stunted. And those 3 legs were all standing firmly on the ground, and there was no distinction between master and servant, nor was there any distinction of superiority or inferiority. Zhuo Xiaoduo covered his forehead with his hand. What a hungry old swan. Just now, in order to subdue the divine beast, Zhuo Xiaoduo had used the life contract that could only be used once in a lifetime, and he had been wholeheartedly thinking of taking advantage of it. In the end, who would have thought that this little chick would come out? And he couldn't do anything to it. If this little chick was killed by Zhuo Xiaoduo or someone else, Zhuo Xiaoduo's divine soul would be damaged, and it would be impossible to recover. What should he do now? The little chick chirped happily, then turned its head, stuck up its butt, and began to peck at the eggshell on the ground again. In just a moment, it had eaten all the eggshells on the ground. With a whoosh, with a flap of its little wings, it stood firmly on Zhuo Xiaoduo's palm and rushed towards Zhuo Xiaoduo. Gee. Through the spiritual connection, a tender and pleading voice sounded, "Mommy, I'm hungry." Oh my God. Zhuo Xiaoduo wanted to cry, but had no tears. I'm an unmarried man, but now I'm an unmarried mother. Oh heavens. Oh earth. Where can I go to reason with this? What's there to eat? Zwa Xiaoduo weakly dragged out the pork knuckle and put on the ground. Zwa Xiaonian said angrily, "How can a newborn baby eat this? Are you out of your mind?" Before he could finish his words, Zwa Xiaonian widened her eyes. The little guy flew down with a whoosh. Thud, thud, thud. In just a short while, he had eaten a hole in the big pork shoulder. His entire body had sunk into it, and he was eating very happily. Looks like he's easy to raise. He doesn't have any dietary restrictions. Zwa Xiaoduo's face was bitter. Zwa Xiaonian said, "I feel that this little guy is unusual. He can fly as soon as he's born. That's his special feature." Zwa Xiaoduo sighed. No matter how good he is at flying, he's still a chicken. Sigh. And a disabled chicken. Zwa Xiaonian said, "Take good care of him. I feel that this little guy is not simple. Maybe there will be a surprise in the future." Zwa Xiaoduo sighed. "Surprise. I didn't expect any surprises. It's true that I'll have a burden from now on. You're a new mother. Hurry up and name your baby." Zwa Xiaonian was very excited. She even wanted to laugh. She thought of her Xiao Duo, who was well-behaved, cute, smart, and clean. Then she looked at Zwa Xiaoduo, the little chick. She felt inexplicably proud, inexplicably condescending, and lonely at the top. What name should I give him? Zwa Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Little Nian? Little Nian? Little kitty? Little sticky cat? Zwa Xiaonian lost her temper. "Don't give him such a name. Then what do you think we should call him?" Zwa Xiaoduo was really worried. He couldn't help but feel disappointed in his natal contract spiritual beast. How about Xiao? Zwa Xiaonian thought for a long time, but this was the only name she could come up with. This pair of siblings seemed to be a pair of bad at naming. Well, this little guy will be called Xiao. Zwa Xiaoduo was dejected. He held the little chick in his hand and said, "From now on, you'll be called Xiao. Do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand?" Zhao's black eyes looked at Zwa Xiaoduo, a little at a loss. "Chirp." Zwa Xiaoduo then commanded through his divine thoughts, "From now on, you'll be called Xiao. Do you understand?" "Chirp, chirp." The little chick tilted its little head and thought for a while, then nodded. "Xiao." Zwa Xiaoduo called. The little chick immediately turned its head and looked in the direction of the voice. "Xiao." Zwa Xiaonian called, but Xiao ignored her and continued to eat. "It doesn't recognize me." Zwa Xiaonian was very dissatisfied. However, Zwa Xiaoduo was happy. This means that Xiao is very intelligent and very loyal. It will only recognize one master in its life, and that is me. Zwa Xiaonian snorted. However, looking at the smart little chick, Zwa Xiaonian remembered some ancient records and said hesitantly, "Xiao Duo, Zhao's 3 legs. Seem a little unusual." Why are they unusual? According to the ancient legends, when the demon court was still in existence, the demon king's original form was a 3-legged golden crow. Zwa Xiaonian looked serious and said, "Could it be the bloodline of the legendary 3-legged golden crow?" Zwa Xiaoduo was stunned when he heard this, and then turned his head to look at Xiao. Xiao was eating meat with its butt sticking out. It had already eaten meat twice its size, and it was still eating. This foodie is a 3-legged golden crow. Zwa Xiaoduo sounded skeptical, but his tone was getting weaker and weaker. "I got this in the demon race's secret realm, and in such a dangerous environment. 3 legs. Zwa Xiaoduo frowned and thought to himself, those demon generals sacrificed their lives to protect their 7th prince. But when I went in, I didn't find anything. I only brought out a few eggs. Now it's hatched, and it's really 3 legs. If the Demon King's original form is a 3-legged golden crow, then does it mean the Demon King's direct descendant is also a 3-legged golden crow? If that's the case, is this guy the 7th prince? Because he was seriously injured, so he used this method similar to a phoenix's nirvana to be reborn? The more Zwa Xiaoduo thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. However, he only thought about it in his heart and didn't say it out loud. He held Xiao in his hand and looked at it carefully. Xiao rubbed its small sharp beak on Zwa Xiaoduo's warm and soft hand, and then wobbled and rolled in Zwa Xiaoduo's palm. It could be seen that Xiao was very happy and it was very satisfied with Xiaoduo's impression of it as its master. So Xiaoduo frowned and simply lifted Xiao up, then turned it over and opened its 3 legs to look at it bit by bit. Xiao struggled, and its black eyes rolled happily. It thought that its master was playing with it, so it automatically rolled over, revealing its soft belly. Its 3 legs were wide open, and it was free to be looked at. As far as the eye could see, there were circles of dark golden lines on Zhao's belly, and on closer inspection, there were similar, almost undetectable dark golden lines on its legs. Xiaoduo scratched his head. Although there was no evidence to prove it, Xiaoduo was already mentally prepared. This was probably really the Demon King's 7th prince. He had actually been brought out by her. It was just that she had done it in a relatively unconventional way. Now, the 7th prince obviously had no memory and was just a simple and happy little chick. If those guys know that I rescued the 7th prince, whom they risked their lives to protect, in this way, and kept him as a pet, Xiaoduo shuddered, and his face was a little pale. But how should he deal with this? It had already recognized its master, and it was a natal contract. If it recovered its memory in the future, Xiaoduo's face was bitter, and he poked Zhao's soft belly with his finger. What should I do? What should I do? Gee, Xiao cried happily. Its 2 eyes looked at Xiaoduo innocently, and its soft body rolled wantonly in Xiaoduo's palm, like an earthworm pupa. Forget it. Let's wait and see. Xiaoduo sighed. Maybe it's not. Xiaoyan frowned. Then do you hope it is? Or do you hope it isn't? Xiaoduo was stumped by this question. Do I hope it is? Or do I hope it isn't? From the bottom of my heart, of course I hope it is. Xiaoduo said seriously. The more extraordinary its foundation is, the more room for growth it will have in the future. At that time, it will be an excellent help to me. What's more, in the future, when a monster clan returns to the continent, maybe it will be useful. Xiaoduo's words were said after careful consideration. At that time, even if the situation developed to the point of no return, Xiao could be more or less a bargaining chip in his hands. Right? Xiaoduo did not tell Xiaoyan that Xiao might be the 7th prince of the monster clan. This was really a big matter, and he did not want Xiaoyan to worry. As for when it recovers its memory in the future, Xiaoduo sighed. Such an arrogant existence would never allow itself to become someone's pet. Once it regained its memory, it would be a big trouble. But the contract between them was a natal contract, and it could not be easily broken. If it was broken by force, he would suffer a great backlash, and it would be impossible for him to reach the Great Path. If it really came to that, there were only 2 ways to go. The first was to kill Xiao directly, and the second was to kill Xiaoduo, and Xiao would be free. But Xiaoduo was not happy to see either of these options, and he was inevitably worried. Well, let's take it one step at a time. You are Xiao, my pet. This is an irrefutable fact. Even if you're the 3-legged golden crow, even if you're the 7th prince of the monster clan, even if you really recover your memory, can't you still be my pet? As long as I stand high enough, everything else is not worth mentioning. Chapter 834. Xiaoduo harumphed, his heart filled with lofty sentiments. So what if he was the crown prince of the demon clan? Even if the demon king came. I'll admit defeat, but now, whether it was giving up on Xiao or killing Xiao, Xiaoduo would not consider either option. It's okay. Xiaoduo thought it through and waved his hand. From now on, you are my Xiao. Nothing will change that. Xiao looked at Xiaoduo in confusion. He did not understand his mother's words. I am your Xiao. That sounded so weird. He let go, and Xiao landed on the floor of the Tower of Annihilation. He pounced on the piece of meat and gobbled it up. After eating for a while, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the heart of the scorching sun. He looked at it curiously, then walked over and pecked it with his sharp beak. Instantly, a wave of heat was expelled, and Xiao was shocked. He ran back while squeaking. He pointed at the heart of the fierce sun with one of his featherless wings and complained to Xiaoduo. I was bullied by that rock. Mommy, Help me vent my anger. Zhuo was angry and amused at the same time. Even if you're the seventh crown prince of the demon clan, you have just been born and you want to provoke the heart of the scorching sun? Are you crazy? But this time, he had to comfort him. After all, he called him mommy, so he was his son. Sigh. He should have called him daddy. Zhuo took out a lot of meat from the space. There were nascent soul beasts, cloud transformation beasts, god reigning level beasts, and the meat of that big scorpion. Xiao took 2 bites of each. When she took a bite of the demon king's meat, her body suddenly turned fiery red. However, she seemed to be drunk. She swayed on the ground and fell to the ground. A moment later, he crawled to his feet, but he didn't dare to eat the demon king's meat. However, he completely ignored the soul transformation and cloud transformation cultivator's meat and buried his head in the meat of a god-reigning stage demonic beast. This demonic beast weighed at least a few thousand kilograms. Even if Zhao's appetite was not bad, he could still eat for a period of time. Furthermore, through the choice of food, it was once again proven that Zhao's roots were truly extraordinary. How could it be a small matter to feed on a spirit-controlled demon beast as soon as he was born? So Xiaoduo and Xiaoyan finally relaxed and walked out of the Tower of Annihilation together. In the tower, Xiao looked around blankly. Her mother had really left. Forget it. There was so much delicious food here. Let's eat first. Above the ley lines of the Void Extermination Tower, the Huahuang's sword shone brightly as it hovered in the air. It carefully extracted traces of energy and slowly poured it into Zhao's body. What should he do? Now, the Huahuang's sword was also a loss. He didn't know what to do. Now that he was in this state, the difficulty of recovering his memories was too high. After so many years, it was already a miracle that the seventh prince's spirituality had not been completely worn out. Although it was like starting over, it was still better than being completely destroyed. Anyway, I'm just a sword and I've changed owners. This is all I can do for you. The Huahuang sword sighed. Seventh prince, oh seventh prince, in the future, it all depends on your own luck. Looking at the seventh prince who was trying his best to eat meat, the Huahuang sword's feelings were really complicated. There was even a kind of speculation that he didn't dare to believe that was gradually forming. If this new owner in the future really fulfills the task entrusted by the Gourdvine, then, in fact, if you follow him, compared to returning to the Demon League to be the Crown Prince, your future may be brighter and more brilliant. Although this was just a thought, the Huahuang sword was still thinking about it. But ever since he came to the Tower of Emptiness, especially after seeing the scene inside the Tower of Emptiness and the Dragon of Destiny, it was impossible that he didn't have other thoughts. After all, with Zhuo Xiaoduo's age, to be able to obtain such a fortune, his luck was so strong that it was shocking and unimaginable. Even though the Huahuang sword had lived for a long time, this was the first time in his life that he had seen it. But even so, all of these were still wishful thinking that could not become reality. Even though this kid's luck was so strong that it was unprecedented, no one dared to say what the future would be like now. After all, in today's world, no one knew better than the Huahuang sword what Xiaoduo would face in the future. It was an existence that made people despair just thinking about it. My life is still bitter. Even if there is a little sweetness in the bitterness, 99% of it is still bitter, the Huahuang sword thought. Yes, in the eyes of the Huahuang sword, everything that Xiaoduo had now was just a little sweetness. Although it was better than nothing, it was still not worth mentioning in the future. Yin Yin Cat, how do you feel after drinking the Nine Heavens spiritual spring this time? The Xiaoduo asked. I feel that I can suppress it a few more times. It will be of great benefit to my future. Xiaoyan pondered and said, and it wasn't until now that I've truly comprehended the spirit reigning art. In other words, the spirit reigning art is completely different from what I originally thought. What do you mean? Reigning spirit, what is spirit? It is neither divine sense nor divine thought, but the spirit. The Xiaoyan said, the reigning spirit is. When a cultivator finally touches the level of the spirit, he can really control his spirit to interfere with the enemy and launch a different form of attack. In other words, it is a battle on another level. But the reigning spirit is just a simple realization of this point. It is still a simple activation. As for the deeper level, it is still far from being involved. The Zhuo Xiaoyan frowned and said, "In fact, the level of the reigning spirit is a bit exaggerated. At least from my understanding, it is more appropriate to call it the spirit-knowing spirit." The Zhuo Xiaoduo pondered and imagined, and said, "I see. Nian Mao, you have a lot of adventures in this trial. You still have a lot of foundation. Why don't you seize the time to complete the compression and then try to break through the reigning spirit?" The Zhuo Xiaoduo said, "Since you have applied for a month's leave, you can stay in the Tower of Annihilation to cultivate. You can go back when you break through the reigning spirit state. During this trial, I accidentally obtained a lot of high-quality jade of astral souls. I don't have to worry about lacking cultivation resources." Okay, the Zhuo Xiaoyan nodded. As the war broke out, the position of the Nine Heavens Pavilion would become more and more important. For example, the people like the Zhuo Xiaoyan would become the kind of people who could patrol the whole continent when they broke through the returning mystic state. The continent's upper echelons were relatively weak. It was an excellent time for management, but at the same time, it was also a good time for the enemy to infiltrate and destroy. I wonder when our batch of students will be allowed to go to the battlefield. The Zhuo Xiaoduo was somewhat fascinated. All the martial artists in the continent have been called up, but the high martial arts colleges have not received the call yet. The Zhuo Xiaoyan said calmly, "I think the strength of the talents that the high martial arts colleges are training now is insignificant compared to the strength of the battlefield. However, countless middle and low-level officers are taken up by the students of high martial arts colleges who have grown up. Be it in terms of battle command, overall vision, worldview, etc., the students who have studied in high martial arts colleges are always stronger than the military personnel who were born and raised in society. This is the key reason why the continent values high martial arts students. Now, the upper echelons don't use high martial arts colleges, but once they do, it will be like a thunderbolt." The Zhuo Xiaoyan said, "You also have to be prepared to turn your foundation into strength as soon as possible. For a long time to come, you will have to replace ordinary cultivation with actual combat." I understand. The mention of the front line made the Zhuo Xiaoduo even more worried. The news of the group of people who had gone to change the defense had come back last night. After Xiang Quangren and the others sent these students, they stayed there for a few days and then came back with a few teachers. However, before they could return to Hidden Dragon High School, they received bad news. Of the 2,970 people who had gone to the battlefield, 1,700 died on the spot when the battle broke out that night. After going through a few more battles, there were less than 1,000 students who were still alive to be on guard duty. The tragic situation of the war was indescribable. Now, the whole Fenghai city was almost filled with cries. The local government organized personnel to go to the front line to bring the martyrs' relics home. Under normal circumstances, these things were done by the military. However, now that the military had sent all its personnel, there was no more manpower available. Xiang Quangren, who was still on a roundabout road, received a notice, "Wait there." After gathering the personnel, immediately turned back to bring the martyrs home. It was said that Xiang Quangren was stunned on the spot. 2,970 people. It had only been a few days, and they had to go back to bring back 2,000 martyrs? Just a few days ago, I brought them here. Along this road, there was laughter all the way, and they were in high spirits. Each and every one of their youthful faces was filled with longing, hope, and smiles. Now, those young faces had lost 2,000 in just a few days. When Zhuo Xiaoyan was practicing, so Xiao Duo finally noticed Xiao Duo's existence. "This is the ice spirit?" Zhuo Xiao Duo looked at the ice spirit curiously. "Ahem, yes. It's a good thing that it recognized a master. Why didn't you tell me? It looks exactly like you." "TSK, TSK." Zhuo Xiao Duo looked at it with a face full of surprise. "I forgot to tell you." Zhuo Xiaoyan was a little guilty. "Did you give it a name?" "Ahem, I did." "What name?" Zhuo Xiaoyan rolled her eyes a few times and finally said, Xiao Duo. Xiao Duo. Zhuo Xiao Duo jumped 3 feet high. This name is not good. Absolutely not. Xiao Duo was not satisfied. She pouted and looked at Zhuo Xiao Duo, wanting to blow a cold wind at him. How dare you say that my name is not good? It's a name that has already recognized a master. Zhuo Xiaoyan said weakly. I think it's quite smooth. I wanted to name it Xiao Doggy, but she didn't want to. Zhuo Xiao Duo was speechless. You even want to name your ice spirit after me? Xiao Duo. You might as well name it Xiao Doggy. Chapter 835. Seriously, Zhuo Xiaoduo tugged at his hair and said, Nian Nian Cat, can you change her name? No. Zhuo Xiaoyan was adamant. Why don't you change her appearance? Zhuo Xiaoduo finally seized the opportunity and said angrily, Can she not look like you? Can't she look like me? I think she looks good. Zhuo Xiaoyan was genuinely confused. This kind of innate spiritual creature can grow up. So Xiaoduo snorted and said, She looks exactly like you. Are you trying to find me a concubine? Anyway, I will never agree to her marrying someone else in the future. Zhuo Xiaoyan spat out a mouthful of saliva. How could that be? Is he jealous? How could the ice spirit get married? She is the essence of nature. If she was not a living person, who would she marry? Zhuo Xiaoyan was surprised. I don't care if it's possible or not. Anyway, I have to make this clear to you. If she grows up, she can only be my concubine. There's no other possibility. Zhuo Xiaoduo was very determined on this point. She can't be given to anyone else except me. I won't agree to it. A sly look flashed in his eyes. It was impossible for the ice spirit to grow up. Zhuo Xiaoduo knew this very well. He and Li Qinglong had looked up a lot of information on this point. They had also read countless ancient legends. However, Zhuo Xiaoyan was not as bored as the two of them. When two single men were together, all kinds of strange thoughts would pop up. When Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong were investigating, only God knew what kind of thoughts they had. Anyway, Li Qinglong's expression was very undulating and his eyes were very persistent. Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression was also very lascivious. There was also some longing in his eyes but in the end, the two of them extinguished all of their fantasies. The ice spirit can't grow up. Zhuo Xiaoyan was also surprised by Zhuo Xiaoduo's strange question. It's just an innate spiritual creature. How can it? There are many innate spiritual creatures that become spirits in ancient legends. Zhuo Xiaoduo was very insistent. In many novels, there are innate spiritual creatures that get married and even have offspring. It's not uncommon. Why don't you change her appearance? Otherwise, she'll definitely be your concubine. Zhuo Xiaoyan felt that her brain had been turned upside down. She could not think straight. She said, Zhao's nature is just a piece of ice. She can't get married. She's SSSS? She's right, the spirit. Right, the spirit. Yes, 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 the spirit. Why? I'll feel like I've been cuckolded. Zhuo Xiaoyan was helpless. She went to discuss with Xiao. Xiao firmly refused to change her appearance. Zhuo Xiaoyan fixed her appearance at her age. It was the most perfect appearance in the world. She would never change it. How could she settle for the next best thing? Impossible. I can't change my appearance. Besides, I don't even have a gender. How can I get married? The ice spirit was speechless at someone's jealousy. Why does this human seem to be crazy? I'm just a piece of ice. You're a pervert to be jealous of me. Of course, with the purity of the ice spirit, she would never know what Zhuo Xiaoduo was really thinking. What if you become bigger? Zhuo Xiaoduo refused to budge. There's no what if. Even if you say so, I'm still a little worried. Zhuo Xiaoduo appeared to be a little brooding. Xiaoduo was fuming. Her finger-sized body grew bigger because of Zhuo Xiaoduo's anger. Zhuo Xiaoyan asked Xiao to take back the spiritual sword and rest. She said, I'll work slowly in the future. Why are you in such a hurry? Really, you're jealous for no reason at all. Zhuo Xiaoduo said seriously, This is a matter of principle for me. I can't ignore it. Zhuo Xiaoyan was even more speechless. However, Zhuxianyan knew what Zhuxiaoduo was thinking. She couldn't help but think about it too. It was better to be safe than sorry. So Zhuxianyan thought, Xiao Duo doesn't mind having the ice spirit as his concubine. What he cares about is whether the ice spirit will grow up and get married. Although this possibility is very small, so small that it might even be groundless and wishful thinking, little Duo still has to be on guard. Zhuxianyan was also worried. However, this had a different meaning for Zhuxianyan. After considering this problem from a personal standpoint, Zhuxianyan found that she could neither accept Xiao growing up and getting married, nor accept Xiao becoming Zhuxiaoduo's concubine. As this matter was put aside for the time being, Zhuxiaoduo brought it up with a sad face. Zhuxianyan made Xiao look like herself. This matter caused a lot of pain to her. She was heartbroken. Therefore, Zhuxianyan had to make it up to her, and she had to make it up to her seriously. How? Zhuxianyan thought about it. Following Zhuxiaoduo's train of thought, she actually felt that she was in the wrong. She wanted to accept this plan. Sleep with me at night. Zhuxiaoduo put forward his request in a righteous manner. And you have to dance for me. I need to wear cat ears and a cat tail to soothe my broken heart. Zhuxiaoduo finally revealed his true motive. His wild ambition was as clear as day. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhuxianyan refused vehemently. We slept together a lot when we were young. It's not like we haven't slept together before. That was when we were young. Do you think you're still a child? I don't care. You have to accept it. This is your punishment, and then it's my compensation. If you don't do it, it means that you haven't realized your mistake. Therefore, the two of them began to bargain fiercely and finally reached an agreement. Zhuxianyan would dance for Zhuxiaoduo, and this matter was over. Sleeping together or whatever was removed. Furthermore, the two of them had a new round of argument about whether or not to bring the cat's ears and tail during the dance. In the end, Zhuxianyan won with difficulty. You can do without the cat's ears and tail. Zhuxianyan thought that she was in a desperate situation. Unexpectedly, she was able to turn the situation around and win 2 rounds in a row. Didn't that mean that she had the upper hand? She was relieved that she finally convinced him. You're lucky. Zhuxiaoduo seemed to be very magnanimous. Finally, the problem was solved. Zhuxianyan was also relieved and relaxed. However, after a while, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. It was too easy to solve this problem with a dance. Suddenly, her head was in a knot, and a question mark slowly appeared on her forehead. How did it inexplicably involve a dance? Why did I agree to a dance? Zhuxianyan was a little confused. How did they talk about this? It was obvious that she was defeated. Why did she feel that she had the upper hand? In the end, even the condition of dancing without sleeping with him was proposed by her. Then, Zhuxiaoduo disagreed in every possible way. She even begged him to agree. Zhuxianyan couldn't help but scratch her head in confusion. Something was wrong that Zhuxiaoduo had already returned to his room and started to search for videos. Zhuxianyan bit her plump lips and stood in the living room. She felt that there was something wrong with this matter, that I must have been tricked. But when did I get tricked? How did it become that I had to compensate him? This matter was so complicated. How did it develop? Zhuxianyan was completely confused. If Zhuxianyan's mother, Wu Yuding, was beside her, she would definitely be distressed and hateful. My dear girl, you have no hope in this life. Little doggy has a profound plan. Do you think he doesn't know that Ice Spirit won't grow up and marry? He's just using this as a pretext to make a fuss and stir up trouble. You were tricked from the beginning. You felt that what he said made sense. You felt that you owed him. How could it be good? You should think about it the other way around. That guy said he was going to marry a concubine. What did that do to you? Why didn't you get jealous? Why didn't you use this as a pretext to make a fuss? You missed such a good opportunity. You're hopeless. You'll be eaten by that guy for the rest of your life. I can't watch this anymore. In the room. Zhuxiaoduo was rolling on the bed happily. She covered her mouth and chuckled. Finally, this day has come. Ha ha ha. Nian Kitty, do you think you can escape from me? Do you think I don't know that Ice Spirit won't grow up? Do you think I'm as stupid as you? But today you have to dance this dance no matter what. Zhuo put her phone on silent mode. She concentrated on searching for all kinds of dances. Which one should she let Nyin Kitty dance? This matter had to be done step by step. It had to be done safely. She couldn't do something too flirtatious. If she was scared, not only would she not dance, but she would also beat her up. It would be fine if that was all. More likely, this benefit would be gone forever. Therefore, she had to choose something more conservative. She had to throw a tantrum and feel that it wasn't that shameful. Although she was embarrassed, she could still accept it. That would work. That way, she could show how considerate she was. Then, she could say arrogantly, "Actually, I don't want you to dance. Look, I chose something easy, didn't I? Actually, I was just joking with you." Then, everything had to be done step by step. When the conditions were right, success would come naturally. It had to be said that Zhuo had used 1,000% of her intelligence to deal with Zhuo. She could be said to be very intelligent. She took into account Zhuo's personality and her family's position in the family. She planned everything carefully and steadily, nibbling away at every inch. If he put this skill into military research, it would only take a few minutes for him to replace Li Changlong as the military advisor of the generation. I remember a friend said that if I put all my effort into pursuing my girlfriend into studying, I would have gone to Tsinghua University a long time ago. Ahem. The same logic. Chapter 836. The doorbell rang. Zhuo quickly put away his phone and sat on the bed, deep in thought. Zhuo was depressed and resentful. She walked in with a sullen face and pouted. "Damn it, do you have to dance?" Zhuo sighed and said, "I don't have to ask you to dance, but you really made me sad today. I feel like I've been taken advantage of. My name has become your pet. It's okay if you don't want to dance. You can sleep with me and do nothing." Zhuo kept a straight face. "Anyway, I can't do anything if you don't admit it." Zhuo snorted and began to feel uneasy. It seemed that Xiao Duo was really angry this time. It couldn't be right. "Then I won't dance. I'll go out?" Zhuo asked tentatively. Zhuo snorted and turned around, his butt facing Zhuo. He ignored her and said sullenly, "Do whatever you want." Upon hearing this, Zhuo was in a dilemma again. She pouted and rubbed her toes on the floor. It seemed that he was really angry. Zhuo took his phone and played with it with his back facing Zhuo. The atmosphere in the room was very gloomy. Zhuo stole a few glances at Zhuo. Seeing that he had turned around and was ignoring her, she had to say sadly, Okay, I'll dance for you." Zhuo turned around like a whirlwind. Really, at this time, he had to give her a way out. If he didn't give her a way out, everything would be over. If he had the mindset of a straight man and said, "I don't want you to dance. Do you want to dance or not?" then he'd be done for. He had to suddenly appear pleasantly surprised, as if he was saying, "I really like your dance, and I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Just now, I was angry because of this, but now it's all good." It would give the woman a sense of accomplishment. Just a dance and I'll be coaxed. It's a matter of one sentence. As a result, there were endless possibilities and countless benefits to be gained. Sure enough, Zhuo felt relieved. She had finally coaxed him. She pouted and said, "Actually, you just wanted to see me dance. That's because you dance well." Is it really beautiful? What dance? Let me say this first. I'm not going to dance that kind of too. I've already made my choice. Zhuo took out his phone and flipped through it at lightning speed. He said, "Look at this." Standing on the grassland and looking at Beijing. "This dance is very ethnic. Look. As he spoke, he opened the video. Zhuo blushed and looked over. She saw that there weren't many seductive movements. The whole time, they were talking happily. "How is it? It's really not difficult." Zhuo watched it once and felt that she could already dance. "Then, should I play the music? Do you want to practice it a few times first?" Zhuo rolled his eyes. "Okay. No, we agreed to just dance once." Zhuo almost fell for it. "I'm not worried that you're not familiar with it. If I'm not familiar with it, I won't show it to others. Anyway, it's just one dance. It's up to me how I dance. It's fine as long as I feel the same way. Zhuo Xiaoyan watched the video 3 times and then simulated the movements in her mind. She opened her eyes and said, "It's done." He. Good. Zhuo Xiaoduo almost laughed lewdly. Zhuo Xiaoduo cleaned up a space in the bedroom. Then, he quickly turned on the stereo and turned on the computer to find the music. 1, 2, 3, go! Zhuo Xiaoyan blushed and started to dance. He had to admit that Zhuo Xiaoyan had a graceful body. Her body proportions were so perfect that no one could find fault with it. When she danced, it was indeed beautiful. Although she was still a little shy, in Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes, it was already impeccable. He was immediately intoxicated, especially when her cloud-like long hair suddenly floated up. It was simply too beautiful for the eyes to take in. When the song ended, Zhuo Xiaoduo's soul was still floating. Zhuo Xiaoyan went over to turn off the music. Her face was red. She said shyly and angrily, "Are you satisfied?" Zhuo Xiaoduo was touched. He said, "Nian Mao, you're so nice. You knew that I was pretending to be angry, but you still came to coax me. I. The next time I see Mom and Dad, I'll kowtow to them and thank them for finding me such a good wife." He was extremely proud. Finally, he took another step forward. "Nian Mao, one day I'll be able to coax you into doing 360 positions." Zhuo Xiaoyan was still a little upset. No matter what, she felt that she was forced to do it. Now that she heard this, all her emotions disappeared. She snorted and said, "It's good that you know. If I didn't want to dance, I wouldn't dance for you even if you cried to death. That's why you're still the best. You're the best to me. Remember to continue to be good to me and only me." Zhuo Xiaoduo was touched. He held Zhuo Xiaoyan's hand gently and held her waist. He was satisfied and said from the bottom of his heart, "My wife is still the best. My dearest wife is the best." Zhuo Xiaoyan's heart was suddenly filled with tenderness. She asked softly, "Did I dance well?" Yes. Zhuo Xiaoduo praised without stopping. "It was so beautiful. I was mesmerized just now." Zhuo Xiaoyan's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. "I'm going to delete all the videos of these dances. After watching her dance, and then watching their dance, it's so disgusting. I can't bear to watch." So Xiaoduo laughed and praised from the bottom of his heart. "You danced so well. So good. So good." After being praised continuously, Zhuo Xiaoyan's embarrassment gradually disappeared. She smiled like a flower. Seeing that Zhuo Xiaoduo was so happy, Zhuo Xiaoyan was also happy. She whispered, "In the future, I'll dance for you when I have time." She regretted it as soon as she said it. Yes. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded quickly. Then, he was overjoyed and asked in shock, "Really?" Zhuo Xiaoyan's regret suddenly disappeared. She rolled her eyes and said, "Silly, of course it's true. Nian cat, you're so nice. You're so nice." Zhuo Xiaoduo hugged Zhuo Xiaoyan and rested his head on her shoulder. He said with great emotion. This time, unexpectedly, she didn't act unruly. Zhuo Xiaoduo knew that Zhuo Xiaoyan was in a state of tenderness and happiness. If he was rude at this time, he was afraid that he would interrupt her self-hypnosis. Therefore, he just hugged her obediently. Zhuo Xiaoyan was indeed in a state of tenderness and happiness. Leaning in Zhuo Xiaoduo's arms, she felt that her life was complete and full of tenderness and sweetness. After a while, she couldn't help but turn her face and kiss Zhuo Xiaoduo on the lips. She said, Duo, actually, I'm willing to dance for you." Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't take the initiative. He just pouted and begged, "Kiss me again." Zhuo Xiaoyan snorted. After hesitating for a while, she finally came up to him again. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo gently hugged the back of her head and kissed her. A few minutes later, Zhuo Xiaoyan was panting. Her starry eyes were intoxicated. She said, "Let's start practicing. It's important to improve our cultivation." Okay. Ever since Zhuo Xiaoduo succeeded in his request for a dance, he had shown a gentlemanly and considerate demeanor, which made Zhuo Xiaoyan's heart feel very warm. She even took the initiative to kiss Zhuo Xiaoduo once after entering the Tower of Emptiness. Duo was so happy that he almost laughed out loud. It worked. I'm really a genius at picking up girls. Yin Yin Cat is so easy. Ha ha. One night in the outside world was equivalent to 30 days in the Tower of Emptiness. Therefore, Xiaoyan suppressed her cultivation twice in one night. This time, she used the best quality jade of astral souls. Duo was worried that there were too many impurities in the top quality jade of astral souls. Moreover, it was the first time for the god-reigning grade to cultivate the divine spirit. Therefore, he used the best quality jade of astral souls to assist her cultivation. This was to ensure that Xiaoyan's foundation wouldn't be unstable after she broke through. Xiaoyan didn't want to be so extravagant. After all, the best quality jade of astral souls was priceless. Its relatively rare nature was already deeply rooted in people's hearts. However, when she saw Duo piling up a small mountain of best quality jade of astral souls, she finally changed her mind. Then I'll use the best quality jade of astral souls to cultivate. Duo rolled his eyes. Don't you feel pressure now? Xiaoyan rolled her eyes as well. Why would I feel pressured when I use my husband's things? Isn't what's yours also mine? Duo was overjoyed. He felt his body go limp. Well said. What's mine is yours. What's your husband's is definitely yours. Call me husband again. Xiaoyan felt that something was wrong the moment she opened her mouth. She was already blushing. Duo felt that he had taken advantage of her, so he didn't force her. Thus, Xiaoyan began to cultivate. Duo could usually enter a meditative state within a minute. However, after being called husband, he was still smiling like a fool for half an hour. Hee 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 hee. After a long while, someone finally woke up and hurried to cultivate. I must reach the fairy realm as soon as possible. I must reach the fairy realm as soon as possible. Everything is for the wedding night. Everything is for the wedding. Everything is for the wedding. Everything is for the sake of being a real man. All the best. Here you go. This time, Duo directly brought the heart of the fierce sun over. He had the heart of the fierce sun in one hand and the supreme grade astral soul's jade in the other. He even sat on a huge piece of supreme grade astral soul's jade and held the dragon blood flying dagger close to his chest. As he circulated his energy, countless streams of pure spiritual chi rushed towards his dantian, but in just one night, the number of times he suppressed it had increased from 19 to 23 times. The effect was remarkable. Duo even felt that he still had a lot of room for improvement in this round. However, the process of suppression was becoming more and more painful. Changlu's words rang in Duo's heart again and again. Cultivation is never a happy thing. Cultivation is, in fact, climbing from a mountain of blades to an even higher mountain of blades. Only when you reach the peak of each mountain will you have a moment of comfort. But then you have to climb even higher mountains of blades, suffer even more pain, and suffer even more torment. This is cultivation. This is the path of cultivation. It's difficult and rugged. Chapter 837. Why is it that there are always people who have a peaceful temperament, but whose temperament changes drastically after cultivating for a long time? It's because this kind of pain is not only a burden on the body, but also on the mind. Why do we need to fight, learn from each other, train, and travel? On the one hand, it's necessary on the path of martial arts. On the other hand, it's to relieve pressure and release the mind. Therefore, when a martial artist's cultivation reaches a certain level, the so-called torture is nothing to them. Of course, there are also those who have cultivated for a long time and have a long lifespan. They are especially afraid of death and torture. This is because when they reach a certain age and feel that they have no hope of reaching the top, their lifespan is limited. That's why they indulge in pleasure and indulge in sensual pleasures. They pay special attention to their physical body and are naturally afraid of injury and pain. However, for those who are on the road, torture is a piece of cake. Because of their own cultivation, they're undergoing this baptism and tempering almost every day. Zhuo recalled his father's words as he cultivated quietly. Slowly, he felt that every word his father said seemed to have too much truth, and this was something that he couldn't obtain by immersing himself in cultivation. This night, Zhuo's side was peaceful. However, for the border, it was unusually tragic, even more so than before. Every second, countless people died. Battles broke out in all directions, and the dark clouds of war filled the entire continent. Emperor Zhixing had been trying to contact the Flood Witch from the beginning, but he couldn't reach her at all. Not only the Flood Witch, but the 12 shamans couldn't be contacted either. He could only see the Alliance attacking wildly, as if they had gone crazy. He was burning with anxiety. This was completely different from what they had agreed on. Was the Alliance crazy? Seeing that the attacks were coming one after another, and each wave was stronger than the last, Emperor Zhixing decided to travel through the void. He tore through space again and directly arrived at the Alliance's main hall. Unfortunately, the response he received was, "The great shaman has gone into seclusion. There's an urgent matter. Even if there's an urgent matter, it won't do." When Monarch Zhixing saw that there was no point in arguing, he directly attacked the Alliance's main hall. After letting out a long howl, he began to smash everything in a frenzy. After a long while, the Great Witch of Fire came out with an unkind face. "Are you crazy? You're the crazy one. What about Flood? My boss is in seclusion. Didn't the subordinates tell you?" The star-plucking monarch felt that he had nothing to say to this fellow. How can you attack like this? This was a tactic of mutual destruction. Was this a training exercise? What's there to practice? The Great Fire Witch frowned. What's wrong? The Alliance's current attack pattern is basically killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of our own men. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. This is different from what we agreed on. The star-plucking monarch was sweating profusely. If this goes on, the only outcome is that the elites of both sides will be wiped out. The so-called training of soldiers and the so-called geniuses will no longer exist. The geniuses will only die faster. The Great Fire Witch was startled. It can't be right. The star-plucking monarch was speechless. It can't be right. How can you ask this question? Who gave the war order? The Great Fire Witch's forehead was full of sweat. I gave it. Then how did you give it? The Great Fire Witch pulled the star-plucking monarch into his room and rummaged through a wastepaper basket. He found the war order and said, "There's nothing wrong with the order." The star-plucking monarch was so angry that his nose was crooked. He roared, "You call this nothing wrong? Do you have any culture?" The Great Fire Witch's face darkened. "No culture? What's wrong?" The star-plucking monarch panted heavily and didn't want to talk. "Order the 4 armies of the Alliance to attack the astral souls immediately. Show the power of the Wu people and build the foundation of the Alliance." The Great Fire Witch frowned and said, "What's wrong with this order? Show the power of the Wu people? Yes, show off and show off. Show off your prodigies and build the foundation of the Alliance." His words were full of majesty and murderous intent. There was nothing wrong with it at all. It was the temperament of a great fire witch. The star-plucking monarch closed his eyes and panted heavily. "I don't want to talk to you anymore. You can ask the heavenly kings under your command. Ask them what they think. Right now, I just want to kill you, idiot." The Great Fire Witch's face darkened. He directly ordered several heavenly kings who were commanding the war to enter the hall. After a full hour, 2 heavenly kings flew in through the air. These 2 were also on the way to the front line when they were suddenly called back. At this moment, they were confused. "Tell me, this order. What do you think?" The Great Fire Witch said majestically. The first one was the heavenly king of strength, Ho Yinhai. He looked at the other heavenly king and felt that something was wrong. He braced himself and said, "For armies, attack the astral souls immediately. Show the power of the Wu people and build the foundation of the Alliance." This is very clear. It's the final battle of the world. Final battle? Final battle? The Great Fire Witch was confused. Who told you? This is a final battle? What world? isn't it? Ho Yanhai was dumbfounded. His eyes widened as he said this. An immediate all-out attack. This clearly means a decisive battle. An immediate all-out attack. What this means is to take down Xing Han at all costs. Isn't this an apocalyptic battle? Show the power of the Wu people. How do you show the power of the Wu people? Destroy the astral souls is the most direct way. Build the foundation of the Umno Alliance. We have to destroy the astral souls first, then destroy the Tao League. Only when our Umno Alliance rules the world can we build the foundation of the Umno Alliance. Ho Yanhai stuttered, could it be that our understanding is wrong? As he spoke, sweat dripped from his forehead. The great fire which almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His red hair stood up straight. You all understand it like this? Yes. The two heavenly kings answered sullenly. Are you stupid? The great fire witch shouted. How can you understand such an obvious order? The great fire witch's power came. The two heavenly kings were scared. They could hear how angry the great fire witch was at this moment. Emperor Zhai Xing wanted to say something several times, but he knew that it was not good to expose the great fire witch's shortcomings in front of his subordinates. After thinking about it again and again, he could only remind him tactfully, you can't blame them. There's something wrong with your order. The great fire witch was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. How can there be a problem with my order? There's no problem at all. They just misunderstood. Ho Yanhai and the other heavenly king drooped their heads, looking depressed. After all this time, they made a mistake? The great fire witch walked back and forth. This is the first time I've given an order. The others are in seclusion. Emperor Zhai Xing said angrily, start again. Why are you walking around? Every time this bastard walks around, who knows how many more people will die at the border. Ow! The great fire witch was at a loss. Ho Yanhai and the other heavenly kings stood with their heads lowered. They were thinking in their hearts. It seemed that the higher-ups of both sides had made a decision, or had they reached some other decision. But now, it seemed that the great fire which had messed with them. So, Monarch Star Plucking Star had directly charged over? Did he come to settle the score? This was probably the situation now, right? The two heavenly kings were confused and didn't know what to do. The great fire witch thought for a long time and finally said to Emperor Zhai Xing, why don't you give the order? When this sentence came out, not only was Emperor Zhai Xing shocked, even the two heavenly kings felt as if their heads had been struck by lightning. Let him give the order? We all listened to his orders? This Emperor Zhai Xing thought for a while and felt that this was really a way. Most of the higher-ups in the Wizard Alliance were brainless. To be honest, if it were not for the fact that their bodies were so strong and their combat power was so much stronger than the combat power of the Star Soul Continent, their strategies and tactics would have been wiped out by the people of the Star Soul Continent long ago. Have you thought it through? Emperor Zhai Xing said in a deep voice. Great fire, this order of yours is harmful to the harmony of the heavens. It has greatly damaged your heavenly Tao's providence. If it's up to me to redeem it, your mistake can't be made up for. The great fire witch sighed, feeling unusually disappointed. You can go, right now. My heart is in a mess. All right. Emperor Zhai Xing picked up the brush and waved it. From today onwards, we will start an all-out war. We must fight steadily and gradually erode the combat strength of the astral souls. During the war, we will try our best to find the potential talents of the Umno Alliance and focus on nurturing them. We will use the astral souls as a whetstone to improve the mid-level combat strength of the Umno Alliance so that they can advance to the high-level combat strength. We will build the foundation of the Umno Alliance. Once the high-level combat strength army is formed, it will be the time for the Umno Alliance to unify the three continents and show off the might of the Wu people. How about this? Emperor Zhai Xing said, what's the difference between what you wrote and what I wrote? Isn't it the same as what I wrote? At most, I wrote it too straightforwardly, so you added some embellishments. The great fire which was a little dissatisfied. He held the order and looked left and right. The more he looked, the more he felt that it was actually the same meaning. Monarch Star Plucking Star didn't know what else to say. Was there no difference? Was there really no difference? But your order almost destroyed 2 continents. But this embellishment of mine can make you bunch of hotheads understand it. See it clearly. See it clearly. Also, you have to give some measures, incentives, and rewards. For example, which army has the most talents and geniuses in the war? And if it's true, what rewards will be given, etc. You have to specify these as well, right? You also have to specify the minimum number of talents that can be nurtured. Only when the number of talents that emerge can they be considered qualified, etc. These have to be followed and recorded. Emperor Zhaixing was speechless. The only thing he felt now was that he was fucking helping the enemy. He was teaching them how to attack them step by step, and he was afraid that they wouldn't be able to learn it. There was no need to mention how disgusting this feeling was. The Great Fire Witch scratched his head and thought for a long time. Finally, he said, "Your writing is good. Write all these down together." "Fuck, did I come here to be your secretary?" Emperor Zhaixing was furious. Chapter 838. Just tell me if you want to do it or not. Anyway, I won't let my subordinates do it. Wouldn't that make me seem? The Great Fire Witch also said with conviction, "Anyway, I've already lost my face once too many times. If you don't want to do it, let's continue. Let's see who will feel the heartache." Suddenly, he remembered that there were still 2 heavenly kings beside him. He actually didn't let these 2 idiots escape in advance. The Great Fire Witch immediately looked depressed and threatened. "If you 2 brats leak out this matter." "Oomph." The 2 heavenly kings hurriedly nodded. "We don't dare, we don't dare." They really didn't dare. The Great Fire could really swallow them alive. The Emperor Zhaixing wrote quickly with a gloomy face, writing the regulations with a gloomy face. The Great Fire Witch sat on one side, stretching his long legs with a gloomy face. The 2 heavenly kings drooped their heads, looking depressed. After a long time, the Emperor Zhaixing finally finished writing all the regulations with a gloomy face. Yes, take it. He really could not write this, and he could not give the order. If the UMNO Alliance was allowed to mess around by themselves, look at those idiots. Who knows what kind of trouble they would come up with. If they were to be like the Great Fire Witch again and create an even more exaggerated situation, it would be terrible. One order was to bury hundreds of thousands of lives. The Emperor Zhaixing only felt that his heart was bleeding at the thought of this matter. Looking at the innocent Great Fire Witch, he wanted to punch him in the face. Even if he pulled out his tendons and skinned him, it wouldn't be enough to vent his hatred. Bastard! With your intelligence, you can't even be the deputy class leader if you work for me in the kitchen. The Great Fire Witch took a look at it, and his face was full of satisfaction. It's really written well. Brother you, it's not easy to come here. Do you want to sit down and have a drink? Drink your fucking head. I can't wait to spit on your face. Yu Xingqian straightened his clothes and stood up. Then, he left without looking back. I ran hundreds of thousands of miles to write the documents for you for half a day. You fucking Great Fire Witch's face is a little too big. In the palace, the Great Fire Witch's calmness just now disappeared in an instant. He stomped his feet and roared. Hurry up and issue the new order. What are all of you thinking about? Even the people of the astral souls could understand the command, but in your hands, you want to force a decisive battle? Destroy the world? Destroy what world? Did he grow a brain to eat shit? Believe it or not, I'll spit all over your faces. The 2 heavenly kings were speechless. Can you blame us for misinterpreting? How do you have the face to say such words? Also, you spat dog shit all over our faces. Why don't you spit it out? Just now, the star-plucking monarch was probably very angry and spoke incoherently, but you followed his example and made a fool of yourself. Isn't that too much? However, the 2 of them did not dare to refute. They hurriedly took the order and rushed out. Then, they quickly printed 2 copies. The Heavenly King of Strength took 1 copy and sent it out. Then, the other Heavenly King of Strength guarded the printer and fax machine and sent the copies out one by one. After all, apart from the astral souls losing a lot of manpower, the UMNO Alliance also lost a lot of manpower. It was imperative to stop the losses as soon as possible. Notify the various armies. Once they receive this, They must reply immediately. They cannot be the scapegoat anymore. It was important to save the lives of the Wu people as soon as possible. Yes. Then, the soldiers who were fighting fiercely at the front lines were all confused. They watched as the Umno Alliance army, which was charging forward with all their might, suddenly retreated like a tide. They retreated for 3,000 kilometers. They even retreated from the Heavenly King Pass. Every one of them was confused. At the Sun Moon Pass, General Dongfang finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. The Umno Alliance's attack pattern was extremely cruel. For one day and one night, they did not stop at all. Each wave was stronger than the last. It was as if they were saying, even if they fought to the last soldier, as long as the Umno Alliance stood at the Sun Moon Pass, they would win. In order to deal with this wave of attack, General Dongfang used all of his reserves and trump cards. The Dark Blood Team, the Rising Sun Army, the Desperation Team, the Enforcers. They were all sent out. He usually did not send out his Sky Realm generals. Even if he did, it would only be one or two of them. This time, he directly sent out all of his men, and they were still almost unable to hold on. That was too dangerous. We were completely caught off guard. The enemy's attack was completely different from what the higher-ups had planned. What exactly went wrong? Which part of the plan went wrong? This is a huge mistake. General Dongfang couldn't help but curse when he saw the Wizard Alliance's army retreating like a tide without looking back. The Umno Alliance must have made a mistake. Motherfucker, are none of the 12 shamans smart? It had to be said that General Dongfang was not only one of the best at observing aura, but his ability to make predictions was also extremely strong. With just one abnormality, he was able to guess the whole story. But looking at the devastated battlefield, General Dongfang's heart ached. It's fine if you made a mistake, but who will be responsible for the huge losses in this battle? So many hot-blooded men were buried forever on the battlefield because of a mistake. What a complete bastard. Everyone on the Astral Soul's side, including the left and right Heavenly Kings, did not understand what was going on. They did not know the root cause. Only the star-plucking monarch had more dealings with the 12 shamans, and the Flood, which was not the kind of person who would go back on her words. That was why she killed her way to the Umno Alliance's main hall and solved the problem directly. Otherwise, it would be hard to say how far this battle would go, and whether or not they would make the best of their mistakes and carry on with their mistakes to the very end. If it was based on the battle that lasted for one day and one night, it was possible that the two continents would be completely destroyed. In fact, not on the same day. When the Flood which returned to the Flood Palace, she immediately ordered the 12 shamans to attend meeting. Preaching in the Flood Palace. Yes, the Flood which was going to preach. The Epiphany this time made the great Magus of 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 the great Magus. Therefore, she had to correct this mistake now. Then, as expected, the 12 shamans all came. The 12 shamans gathered in the hall. They were the Flood Great Sorcerer, the Raging Fire Great Sorcerer, the Dan Kong Great Sorcerer, the Golden Scale Great Sorcerer, the Ice Deep Sorcerer, the Wind Emperor Great Sorcerer, the Bamboo Light Great Sorcerer, the Boundless Great Sorcerer, the Thunderstorm Great Sorcerer, the Burning Candle Great Sorcerer, the West Sea Great Sorcerer, and the Poisonous Great Sorcerer. The Flood which said, "Today, I've learned something and am going to cultivate in seclusion. After this cultivation, I'll probably make further progress. I'd like to take this opportunity to explain the cultivation of the Wu people to our brothers." The other 11 shamans were all exultant and happy. "Thank you, big brother." The Great Flood Shaman had always been like this. Whenever he had something good, whatever enlightenment he had, he would share it with everyone and talk about it. Every time he talked about the Tao, everyone's strength would soar by a large margin. Now, Big Brother finally had another epiphany. It had been a long time since the last time she preached. For this long-awaited preaching, the 11 shamans all sat up straight and focused on it, afraid that they would miss a word. The Flood Witch's preaching this time was brilliant and went straight to the point. After a round of discussion, each of the great wizards felt their souls tremble, their realms tremble, and the direction of the great Tao that was originally a little blurry actually became clear. They were all so excited that their bodies trembled. How many years had it been? It had been too long since they could take another step forward. Everyone knew that their cultivations had already reached the peak of this world, and it was difficult for them to advance a step further. Now, after obtaining the Flood Shaman's narration of his own comprehensions, they could use it to verify their own Tao path. This bit of comprehension that was born bit by bit was truly too important. Although the Flood Witch's preaching didn't show any signs of flowers falling from the sky or golden lotuses blooming from the ground, there were still bits of starlight falling from the sky and merging into the shaman's bodies. After this round of preaching, except for the Great Fire Shaman, the other 10 shamans all ran back to cultivate in seclusion as if their butts were on fire. They were all afraid that if they were late, the epiphany they got from listening to the preaching would disappear. This kind of epiphany was usually a flash of inspiration. If you grasped it, you grasped it. If you didn't, you might not have a second chance in your life. Whoever didn't cherish it was a fool. As for the war, Big Brother, you can make the decision. The 10 shamans ran away without a trace in an instant. They all tore the space and rushed back to their palaces. They didn't have time to arrange anything and immediately cultivated in seclusion. Therefore, only the Great Fire Shaman, who was closest to the Flood Witch, was left. There was only one reason why the Great Fire Shaman didn't cultivate in seclusion immediately. He still had a wife, and her cultivation was similar to his. But she didn't come to listen to the Flood Witch's preaching this time. Only the other 11 shamans could listen to the Flood Witch's preaching in close proximity. Although the Flood Witch's wife also had a respected status, she was not a great shaman after all, so she was not qualified. The Great Fire Witch, who was deeply in love, was trying his best to remember and recall everything that the Flood had said. He wanted to make sure that he had remembered everything that the Flood had said, so that he could relay it later. At this moment, the deeper meaning of staying here and not leaving was probably that in case my wife couldn't understand what he had told her boss, could you make an exception and tell her again and give her a special lesson? The Flood Witch was speechless. This war will be commanded by you. The Flood Witch dropped this sentence and directly cultivated in seclusion. Your wife can't understand it. What does it have to do with me? I agreed to let you relay the content of my preaching. That's already a great favor, okay? You came to me when you fought with your wife. You came to me when your wife beat you. You came to me when your wife and your brother-in-law beat you. You came to me when your wife couldn't break through. Is this my wife or your wife? Chapter 839. Simply, the Flood Witch was speechless. She went into seclusion without saying a word. You two can do whatever you want. The Fire Witch muttered in his memory. Then, while his memory was still there, he hurriedly returned to the Fire Palace to share with his wife. Speaking of which, it was rare that the two of them suddenly felt something. Therefore, the Fire Witch hurriedly gave the order to fight and then hurriedly went into seclusion. At this time, the Fire Witch's wife had already entered a state of epiphany and meditation. The Fire Witch became more and more anxious and hurriedly went into seclusion. But, for some reason, he was uneasy and couldn't enter a state of meditation. It was so torturous that he almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. He clearly had a feeling, but why couldn't he enter this state? What was going on? The more anxious he was, the more he couldn't enter. The Fire Witch was so anxious that blisters appeared on his mouth. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and just when he was most anxious, the star-plucking emperor came over and strongly condemned him. After the raging fire shaman sent his nemesis and creditor, Yu Xingqian, away, he quickly found that feeling and smoothly entered the state of seclusion. A confused feeling. Could it be that I gave the wrong order this time? Was a reason why I couldn't go into seclusion before? If that was the case, could this really be something that would damage one's luck? When boss comes out, I must let boss take a good look at me. I really didn't do it on purpose. The four armies fought fiercely in this sudden battle, and the Southern Army suffered the most. Nan Zhengqian returned to Shangjing as quickly as possible. After completing the handover, he couldn't sit still at home. The minister said that he should go after the Spring Festival. But Nan Zhengqian felt that he had been away from the Southern Army for too long. It didn't matter if it was a day earlier or a day later. So, he went to the military to get the appointment letter and arrange some things again. Then, after feeling that he didn't miss anything, he leisurely headed south. He was excited all the way, and his mind was full of thoughts. I'm finally back in the Southern Army. That nuisance of a finance minister really made my butt hurt. Although it was an exception for me and let me lead the 6 departments as the Minister of Finance, it was an unprecedented power. But it wasn't as comfortable as being in the army. In Shangjing, although no one dared to provoke him, their words were always filled with hypocrisy and politeness. No matter what they said, it was not as satisfying as drinking and cursing in the army, that eating big chunks of meat, drinking big bowls of wine, cursing loudly, getting drunk, and fighting shirtless. That's what I call refreshing. Since it was still early, I decided to go to Fenghai City to see little doggy. It had been a long time since I last saw him. He had probably guessed who I was by now, so it shouldn't be a problem to go now. I'd asked for the dragon blood flying dagger. It should have reached the stage of perfection and was about to retreat. Just as he was about to reach Fenghai City, news of the outbreak of a great battle suddenly came. Nan Zhengqian immediately became anxious. Fuck, Flood. That's not what you said before. Don't tell me that the UMNO Alliance is trying to use tactics against me. Nan Zhengqian unleashed all his strength and rushed all the way to the south. But after all, he had been delayed for some time. When he arrived at the battlefield, it was already nighttime, and the battle was still going on fiercely. The Southern Army, which lacked a backbone, was already showing signs of defeat. It was difficult for them to cope with the situation. The UMNO Alliance's attacks were wave after wave. It looked like they were about to be defeated. Nan Zhengqian almost collapsed when he saw this. Without saying anything, he grabbed the commander's flag and flew out. Silver light suddenly exploded in the sky. Nan Zhengqian's burly figure stood in the sky, shining in all directions. Every soldier in the Southern Army saw it clearly. That familiar silver light, that familiar figure. Marshal Nan. Marshal Nan was back. Even in the midst of the fierce battle, many soldiers' eyes suddenly flashed with tears. Nan Zhengqian stood in the sky alone. The silver light soared, flashing like lightning in the sky. He shouted loudly, "I am Nan Zhengqian. I'm back. Southern Army, listen to my command. Fight! Drive all the bastards of the UMNO Alliance out. Let's see how much you bastards have slacked off while I was away. After the battle, rewards will be given according to merit. Those who win will have wine to drink. Those who disgrace me know the consequences. Children, kill with all your might." This roar for the Southern Army was like eating a calming pill. Marshal Nan is back. The whole battlefield was filled with cheers and shouts. I'd rather die than disgrace Marshal Nan. Go back. Go back for me. This is Marshal Nan's first battle back. I can't disgrace him. Charge with me. The experts of the UMNO Alliance did not want to be outdone. They rushed into the sky like lightning and went straight for Nan Zhengqian. Nan Zhengqian's body exploded with silver light. With a thunderous move, he pushed back the top 10 experts of the UMNO Alliance. He shouted loudly, "Is this still my Southern Army? Is this still my Southern Army? Is this still my invincible Southern Army?" 3 loud shouts. All the soldiers of the Southern Army were blushing. They rushed up as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Their morale was at an all-time high, and their spirit swept across the battlefield. They actually drove the UMNO Alliance out of the pass in one fell swoop. The millions of soldiers roared in unison. Their voices shook the world, shaking the heaven and earth. It was deafening and soul-stirring. "Marshal, we are the Southern Army." "That's a good one." Nan Zhengqian laughed in the sky as he fought. "Drink after the battle. Drink all of it." The cheers were thunderous. "I want a victory to welcome my return." It's just a small victory. I'm not satisfied. Nan Zhengxian shouted. Brothers, what are you going to use to welcome me back? Victory, victory. In the name of victory, let's welcome Marshal Nan back. The morale of the Southern Army was as high as a rainbow. They rushed out like a tsunami and forced the UMNO alliance back by 500 li. Among the four sides of the battlefield, the Southern Army had sacrificed the most. However, they were also the first to end the battle. The entire army was like a desperado. No matter how hard the UMNO alliance fought, no matter how fearless they were, they had to retreat. The commander of the UMNO alliance was also someone who knew how to fight. How could he not understand that it was difficult to win the morale of an army? Let's stop fighting for now. Let's get Nan Zhengxian some face. The battle ended. By the time the UMNO alliance's new order came down, the Southern Army was basically fine. On the other hand, the UMNO alliance's army directly retreated by 2,000 li after receiving the order. The commanders of the Wizard Alliance in the military camp on the other side were speechless. What the fuck? They had received two orders that were almost completely opposite, and they were given by the same person. Great Fire Shaman, what are you trying to do? We went up as if we were injected with chicken blood, but the battle was already in full swing, and the battle was already in full swing. Did you send the wrong order? What the fuck? If it weren't for the huge difference in their levels, they would have gone back and pointed at this bastard's face and scolded him. Can't you be more reasonable? Some of the commanders even flipped the table in the commander's tent. The tragic sacrifices we made in this battle made our hearts tremble. But the root of it all was a blunder. One side was defending, and the other was attacking. Which side suffered the most casualties? Of course, it was the attacking side. There was no need to think about it. But no matter how angry they were, they still had to carry out the order. Many of the commanders looked at the new orders and started to make plans in their hearts. This order seemed to have a lot of meaning behind it. From today onwards, we will start an all-out war. We must fight steadily and steadily to gradually erode the strength of the astral souls. During the war, we will try our best to find the potential talents of the UMNO alliance and focus on nurturing them. We will use the astral souls as a whetstone to increase the strength of the UMNO alliance's middle level and push them towards the top level. We will build the foundation of the UMNO alliance for eternity. Once the top-level army is formed, it will be the time for the UMNO alliance to unify the three continents and show the might of the Wu people for eternity. What does this mean? Anyone with a brain could see it. The meaning is very clear. It's to constantly use bitter battles and use astral souls as whetstones to let our outstanding talents and geniuses stand out. What the bosses mean is that they want to nurture the top-level army behind the UMNO alliance. But how to do it is still up for discussion. Just as everyone was having a headache, a more detailed order was given. It stated how many days each army had to wait before they could appear. Moreover, they had to pass a special inspection. If the number was lower, they would be deemed as unqualified and would be punished. If the number was higher, they would be rewarded. If the number was higher, they would be rewarded even more. Then, if the number was higher, they would be allowed to enter the Flood Palace to listen to the sermon once. Especially the last time they listened to the sermon, the eyes of all the commanders turned into copper bells. The Flood Palace's sermon. This was an opportunity to reach the heavens in a single bound. It was not just something that could be chanced upon, but not sought. It was simply a miracle bestowed by the heavens. We have to carry out this order properly. But this order is very interesting. It doesn't say what exactly we have to do. In other words, we still have a lot of autonomy. Commander, but there's still an all-out war ahead. Sigh, that's even easier to handle. Divide our men into 10 waves and attack them day and night. 20 Skysoar Realm experts will take turns, and each wave will have 2 Skysoar Realm experts. Find and protect the geniuses and create opportunities for them to fight, but make sure that they don't die. Every wave must produce results. If they can't produce geniuses, they won't be worthy of the title of geniuses. There's no harm in giving them up. Understood. If I'm able to attend the Flood Palace's sermon, I'll definitely share my gains with all of you when I return. I'll let all of you comprehend the great Tao and advance together. Thank you, Commander. You're welcome. Only when we're united can we conquer everything. I'm afraid that I'm too stupid to comprehend anything and miss this opportunity. I wonder if we're allowed to record the sermon. If we're allowed to do so. Your wise Commander, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, that the war at the border had undergone a drastic change. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.